Good evening and welcome to the Riviera Centre and the Council meeting tonight. Would Tim, my chaplain, please open the meeting with a prayer? This allows time for some personal reflection. Following our prayers, I will request attendees to observe a minute's silence as a mark of respect in memory of Councillor Barnby, who sadly passed away on the 26th of February 2023. She served as councillor for nearly 11 years and was chairman of the council in 2014. Our thoughts are with all her family and friends at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is God's will for you in Christ Jesus. So writes the Apostle Paul to believers in the New Testament. The week before Christmas of last year, that's Christmas in 2021, I spent a night in the accident and emergency department at Torquay Hospital. You'll know if you've been to A&E, you're likely to spend quite a period of time waiting your turn to be checked out by the doctors. Whilst I was waiting, it was around about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I fished this little book out of my bag. It's called The Grace of Gratitude, and I began reading. And in the opening chapter, the author, a guy called Paul Mallard, recalls a friend of his from university days named Andy, who he writes suffered from a progressive and aggressive muscular disease which severely limited his mobility. At the age of 21, Andy looked like an old man. He was in constant pain and knew that his life expectations were severely limited. Yet, says Paul, he was one of the most joyful Christians that I'd ever met. His life was marked by gratitude and thankfulness in a way that was infectious. He could have chosen the path of bitterness, but instead he chose the way of gratitude. Now, it took me no more than an hour to read this little book. And afterwards, as I continued to wait there in A&E, I just took the time to pray. I gave thanks for the skills and the consideration of the doctors and nurses who were taking care of me. I said thank you to the Lord for my family and asked him to watch over them. I also thanked him that I could trust him, reflecting on some of the promises God makes to me in Scripture concerning his provision, his presence, his peace. I wonder, are you a thankful person? That Bible verse I referred to invites us to give thanks not for, but rather in the midst of all circumstances. There are plenty of life experiences that we would prefer didn't come our way. But whatever occurs, we can choose to find something or someone to give thanks to the Lord for. So with that in mind, let me just lead us in a short prayer. Our loving Heavenly Father, we ask that you would help us, whatever the changing circumstances of our lives, to look for reasons to be grateful rather than critical. Help us in our conversations this evening to take the time to listen to each other. We thank you for this wonderful part of the country where we live. But we recognise that there are many in our communities with real needs. Guide us in what we say and the decisions that we make, so that where possible, those needs are met. and for the councillor in whose memory we stand in a moment, and for her family we pray your peace for them and gratitude for her service. In your name we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Would the Chief Executive please outline the procedure for tonight's meeting?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Members, when speaking, please ensure your microphones are turned on, and if you wish to leave the meeting before it's finished, please follow Standing Order A25.7 and give your apologies via the Head of Governance Support. As always, we are live streaming the meeting via the Council's YouTube channel, and the proceedings of the council meeting will also be recorded. As always, can you refrain those in the room from watching the live stream, as it can cause interference for our viewers elsewhere. We're certainly not expecting any fire alarm testing today, so in the event of an evacuation, we'll hear the recorded message. Please leave by the nearest exit, and the Riviera staff will be on hand to support us, and we'll assemble in front of the tennis courts to the seaward side of the building. Finally, members, please ensure your mobile phones and iPads are turned to silent. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The purpose of this meeting is to deal with major issues for the well-being of Torquay and the interests of the community. As Civic Mayor, I will ensure that today's agenda is dealt with efficiently. Fairness will prevail throughout the discussions, with the meeting governed by strict procedures and standing orders. I expect respectful speeches from councillors, along with healthy discussions. I will not tolerate inappropriate personal comments or repetition. I will be continuing to take a zero tolerance approach, thank you, to ensure our meetings are conducted in a professional and orderly manner. As such, I will ask the Chief Executive to outline the procedure for how I will be running the meeting.
Of course, Madam Mayor. So, members, in terms of those of you wishing at any point to raise a point of personal explanation or a point of order, please do so by raising your hand, and the Civic Mayor will allow you to come in after the member speaking has finished their speech. For points of personal explanation, the Civic Mayor will ask you what statement was made that you wish to provide an explanation upon. to which she absolutely expects a succinct response. Only once the Civic Mayor has confirmed that she will permit the point will you be given the opportunity to provide in fuller detail your point of explanation. For points of order, as is set out in the Constitution, the Civic Mayor will ask you whether you're raising a point of order on one of the following, whether it's a breach of the Constitution, a breach of the law, or a significant factual inaccuracy. She will then take the opportunity of liaising with myself and the monitoring officer as required. At that point, the Civic Mayor will determine whether she'll hear from you further, and if so, you'll be permitted to explain your point. As the Civic Mayor was just setting out in terms of a zero tolerance approach, please remember that at any point in the meeting where the Civic Mayor considers there to be a disrespectful behaviour, she will bang her gavel, and warnings can be given. Ultimately, though, members, the Civic Mayor can request anyone to leave the meeting in respect of the item under discussion or for the remainder of the meeting in accordance with Standing Order A25.4. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I will call a break in the meeting if the meeting is going beyond 7 p.m, as we will feel we will need it by then. Apologies. Do we have any apologies?
We have apologies, Madam Mayor, firstly from Councillor Steve Darling, Councillor Ellery, Councillor Kennedy, Councillor Manning, Councillor Mills, Councillor Morey. Sorry, Councillor Mills, you are here, and we talked about that earlier, did we not? Apologies. Councillor Morey and Councillor Sykes. Councillor David Thomas, do you have any further apologies?
Thank you indeed, Madam Mayor. I rise to give apologies for Councillor Chris Lewis, Councillor Barbara Lewis and Councillor Ray Hill. And while I'm on my feet, it is such a shame that we have so many apologies this evening, but as this meeting was originally planned for February and members taking the council meetings, you know, as sacrosanct, having them in their diary, a number of people obviously going away at the beginning of March. I understand that this is the final date this meeting could take place. And if you look in the diary, you'll see it's back into February for next year. So disappointing. Thank you.
Do any of the other group leaders have any apologies this evening? Madam Mayor?
Thank you. I propose the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 8th of December 2022 be signed as a correct record. Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Webb,
Councillor
Deputy Mayor.
Do you second?
Seconded, yes.
Thank you. I will now take the vote of all those in favour.
Any against?
Any against? Any abstentions?
Motion's carried.
Motion is carried. Thank you, members.
Madam Mayor, would you like to sign where my finger is there?
That's that.
Yeah, perfect.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Will the Council's monitoring officer please remind members of the dispensation on members' interests in relation to the setting of the budget and council tax?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Members, you'll be aware that there is a dispensation for all members in respect of setting of council tax and any matter relating to a company controlled by the council if you are an unpaid director of that company and appointed to the role by the council. This means that you are permitted to discuss and vote on the budget in respect of these matters without the need to declare an interest. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Can I ask the Chief Executive to see if we have any declarations of interest this evening, please?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Members, taking into account that which was just set out by the monitoring officer, have any members or officers any non-pecuniary or disclosable pecuniary interest in the matters of today's agenda? Madam Mayor, Councillor Cowles indicating.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Non-pecuniary interest in item 17 as a member and vice chair of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell.
There's no further indication.
Thank you. I have the following announcements to make. Prior to this evening's meeting, I held a civic reception to present long service certificates for both councillors and officers. Certificates were awarded to councillors who have completed 10, 15 or 20 years service, and officers who have 20 years service. The years of service demonstrated the incredible dedication to public service in Torquay. I will ask the Head of Governance Support to list the names of those receiving the awards in the minutes of this evening's meeting. And it was a real honour to be able to present these certificates to both councillors and officers, members of staff of the council. Thank you. Since the last meeting, I have attended a number of events, including just before Christmas, we arranged a civil carol concert in conjunction with the Reverend Nathan Kiago, where we supported and said thank you to a number of volunteer groups for all the service they had done to the residents of Torquay, also whilst at the same time raising funds for two charities. We also gave the opportunity for schools to perform at the carol concert, and also I was so proud to have members of SAM communities there, giving some of the young people opportunities to perform on stage. And one of the gentlemen who performed is also performing at another one of my future events. Lily, my consort, and I have also been visiting local businesses and also local service providers in the Bay to really say thank you for the commitment that people make to Torquay. And it costs nothing to say thank you. And we have had such a warm reception as we have gone round to visit these places. During the last few weeks, I will continue to do this to show the councils and my appreciation of all the hard work that is done in the Bay. My final event will be on the 18th of March at the Berryhead Hotel. Although it's not a civic event, it's organised to raise funds for the civic charities, and I do hope as many of you as possible will be able to support that event. We have a Stars in Their Eyes singer, Debbie Farrell, and a Colonel Billy Sutton playing a film about his life, how he infiltrated a local drugs gang in Miami, from which he was given the freedom of Miami. So a bit different, bit eclectic, but should be a good event. But thank you anyway. In the absence of the leader of the council, I will go straight to the chief executive. Do you have any announcements?
Madam Mayor, if I could take just one moment. So, members, this is the last meeting of the council before two senior officers retire, and therefore I think it's fitting in terms of recognising that this evening. So both Kevin Mowat, Director of Police, Martin Phillips, Director of Finance, retire from the council in coming weeks. Members, I'd like to take this opportunity to give my personal thanks to them in terms of their dedicated service, but also thanks on behalf of the Council and the place as a whole. And Madam Mayor, with your permission, invite the group leaders to say a few words, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Long, on behalf of Councillor Darling in his absence this evening.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and this pleasurable duty was thrust upon me at short notice, but it is a pleasure to do so. And I came across Mr. Mowat back in 2003 in the halcyon days when this council had political assistance, and he was the harbour master, I think, at that time. And my observation then was that he was very fair to councillors across the aisle and gave advice with neither fear nor favour, and was fair to everyone. And I've had a closer relationship with him since 2019, and my thought to myself as I wrote my notes was that my observation from 2003 still stands, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with him. I hope that when he is in Tenerife, he will learn to forgive me for my regular teasing about his enjoyment of local government speak, and I can always spot a new local government phrase a mile off, because Mr. Mowat is generally the first one to use it, and normally elicits a smile from myself. So I hope he will forgive me for that. And I very much look forward to encountering him on my dog walks in the future, and hopefully not too long before he has a dog again himself. Many thanks, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Councillor Long.
Are we doing both at the same time? Apologies. Yes. This meeting is going to be a long one, isn't it? I fear. And Martin, again, I think I first came across you in 2003 days, although you weren't in the exalted role then that you are now. And it's been an equal pleasure to work with you as well, although I haven't had the joy of working quite so closely. I have to say that Mr. Phillips very much lives up to the role of the 151 officer, very often advising caution when people want to do things. So, but then that's his role. I feel that the fact that he has had to work so closely with Councillor Loxton for 4 years may have, and on the audit committee, may have hastened his decision to bring forward his retirement. Particularly, it may have been one last final question about public sector pensions, which may have pushed you over the edge. So apologies for that, but thank you also for your hard work and years of service. Thank you.
Councillor Cowell, I think you're going to speak on behalf of the independent group.
Thank you, Chief Executive and Madam Mayor. It's a real pleasure, actually, to stand and thank two long-serving senior officers who have been with the Council for so many years between them, and their contribution has been immense. And I don't think we can understate the knowledge that they carry with them, and that will leave the Town Hall when they leave for the last time. It's been a pleasure working with Martin in some real challenging times, but some also exciting times, in particular with the finances. We all know the pressures, and we'll be talking about them shortly in more detail, that local government face. And it's the same for all of our senior officers, whether they're retiring or still got years of service left before them, that we continue to have those challenging times. And of course, primarily I've been working with Kevin on the Old Way project, but also a whole raft of other issues that, you know, I as Cabinet Member for Finance and Deputy Leader work with Cabinet colleagues and members around this chamber in terms of the place agenda in particular, which is so important to all of us. So on behalf of myself and all of the independents, have a long, happy retirement, enjoy Tenerife, enjoy the odd beer, and maybe we'll get the chance to share one in the not too distant future. So thank you both.
Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you indeed. When you look at Torquay Council over the years, two officers' names that have been associated with the council for as long as I can remember have been Martin and Kevin. They were certainly both in post when I was elected to the council in 2007, and between them they have both a wealth of local government knowledge and have certainly been involved firsthand with many of the Bay's issues over the past 10 years or more. Corporate knowledge. Corporate knowledge is something that is not very often spoke about. However, as any organisation losing two senior officers from its senior leadership team at the same time does create a void in that knowledge. So I'm sure your SLT colleagues are going to certainly miss that corporate knowledge that you have and hold so much of. Much has already been said from across the chamber, so probably just from myself, from the Conservative group on Torquay Council, we'd like to wish you both, Martin and Kevin, the very best for the future. We hope that you get to do many of the things that you haven't had the time to do. We look forward to reading your memoirs when they are printed, although I think between you it would be more of an encyclopedia rather than a simple novel. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And on behalf of myself as Madam Mayor, may I also wish you both the very best in your retirements. I know you will both be greatly missed. Thank you. Has the Overview and Scrutiny Coordinator any announcement that she wishes to make?
I do not have any announcements, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The Council has received a petition for debate requesting the stopping of Torquay Ring Road closure. Approximately 1,968 signatures. Please refer to page 11 and Cabinet motion which has been circulated prior to the meeting. Will the Chief Executive please present?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in discussions in advance of the meeting, we know that Mr Strang would like to speak on the petition. Mr Strang, would you like to come forward to the microphone? Mr Strang, I think as you're aware, and apologies, the camera means that you are hiding behind them from my perspective, but all members can absolutely see you. You have 5 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Over to you, Mr Strang.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to present the petition which was raised to try and prevent the closure of the Brixham Road. I would like to provide some background to the feelings of residents, business owners alike. In October, the public were made aware of the intention to close one of the main arterial routes accessing Brixham, Galmpton, Kingswear and by ferry Dartmouth. On the 8th of November, Torquay Council created a Have Your Say consultation to gauge the views of residents. This raised 1,658 respondents, all showing their concerns. On the 14th of November, a petition was set up on the 38 Degrees site to show the depth of feeling against the closure and its perceived effects. This petition raised 3,808 signatures. This council refused to acknowledge or accept the petition as it was not on their given platform. On the 25th of November, a meeting was held in Brixham Chamber of Commerce, attended by Alan Denby for Torquay Council. At this meeting, Alan admitted the ball had been dropped by Torquay Council on this subject. He also stated the following week he would release a WSP and legal counsel reports into the situation, how it had been handled and what could be done to mitigate or delay the closure. This did not happen until after the 278 agreement had been signed, and we've still not seen the legal counsel document. The council had refused to acknowledge all previous concerns. This petition I'm here to talk about was raised on the 8th of December, receiving a verified 1,969 signatures before the council held a cabinet meeting on Tuesday the 13th of December where the 278 agreement was signed. Nearly 2,000 signatures in 4 days should have said something to this council. As residents and business owners, all we wanted was for our concerns to be recognised and taken into account. Several times some of us tried to get information from the highest level of this council and still await substantive responses to letters written. Being ignored only heightens the depth of feeling against the council and serves to validate people's concerns. Here are the things which should have been done to see the council and its officers show due diligence to the potential of the road closure. Sufficient warning of the closure for all reporting and analysis to be checked and verified. It is unbelievable that this council were unaware of the issue of needing to close the road much earlier than October. The issues of construction, i.e. shutting off half the access to over 20,000 residents, should have been highlighted to the government during the appeals process in 2020. We strongly believe that if the case of shutting the main arterial route and its potential effects on the residents had been highlighted, the whole development may not have proceeded. We wanted to see some real data showing current traffic surveys. No such data was available, and only a 2017 developer-led survey was relied upon. This data, as I understand, is still not available. It is only by luck, not judgment, that the impact of the closure has not been as deep as we had feared. Again, this reassurance to residents and businesses prior to the closure would have seen far less opposition than has developed. We wanted economic impact reports to assess the potential impacts on not only the town as a whole, but our hugely important fish market and tourism sectors. None were carried out. We wanted diversion routes that were fit for purpose and not crumbling and falling apart. This was borne out by the fact that a couple of weeks after the closure, approximately 50 potholes were filled in that road. The proposed HGV route was identified as the vehicles having to come onto incoming traffic in 4 locations. That's not a safe situation and should have been thought through far better. We've now seen the WSP report, and it's feeble at best, and clearly written to a brief. The brief, I know, has been requested by Brixham Town Council under a Freedom of Information request and has not been supplied. Page 5 of the report talks about Goodrington Road. There is no mention of the dire state of the road. I question whether the person writing the report actually visited the road or if Google Maps and Google Earth were used. In summary, we all accept the closure to date has not had the dire effects predicted in the first place. However, what we ask for is this council to carry out a full, independent investigation into the handling of this project and how the development got permission in the first place, along with how a main arterial route could be shut for 3 months and under traffic control for much longer. I now understand that you've published that no further action will be taken on this petition, and if that's the case, it demonstrates the lack of respect you have for Brixham and that side of Torquay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Strang. Madam Mayor, under the Council's petition scheme, as the petition reached the 1,000 signature, and obviously greater than that, it is subject to debate. What the Council's petition scheme states, therefore, is that there are 4 options open to Council this evening. Firstly is to take the action requested by the petition. Alternatively, not to take any further actions. Another option, make recommendations to the decision maker, or finally, request further investigation into the matter, for example, by a relevant committee. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can Councillor Cowell then please put his motion for the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr Strang, for your time here this evening. I think we've had some engagement on social media in the recent weeks, and clearly no council wants to enter into a process whereby a main arterial road is closed for any period of time, let alone the original proposal, which was much longer than the current 3 months. And you know, my information is that the work is progressing extremely well. It's on schedule, and the road closure will come to an end at the end of this month. The motion, for those of you who may not have seen it because it was only published later this afternoon, is that Torquay Council regrets any inconvenience caused by the closure of Brixham Road to enable the developers to undertake the works to support the Inglewood development. Working with several stakeholders, including the fishing industry, Brixham Town Council, neighbouring parish councils, Brixham Chamber of Commerce, South Devon College and other businesses, we acknowledge that the original plans for a longer closure were reassessed by the developer and their contractor, which led to the shorter closure period. The Council notes the petition as presented, but given the works are well advanced and that they are scheduled to complete at the end of this month, no further action will be taken. In terms of some of the processes, I mean, many of us who've been involved in the neighbourhood planning process really respect and value our neighbourhood plans. So it's with immense disappointment that we found that we're in a position that we inherited a planning application that hadn't been determined. And that subsequently led to the public inquiry and the government inspector who rode roughshod over the wishes of the people of the Brixham and Gampton neighbourhood Brixham Peninsula neighbourhood plan, as it is, and that those wishes were totally disregarded in terms that it should have been a gap free from development, and maybe my colleague Councillor Stockman will expand on that. As members, I think most of us actually heard at the same time, and that was at a members' briefing in late September, that this was being proposed. And it's highly unusual, in fact I'd almost say it's unprecedented, that members would actually get involved with the 278 decision, because it is operational. So therefore, when members from all parties actually were made aware of the closure, people set about saying, you know, can we challenge this? Is there an alternative? How can we minimise disruption? Should it be the final outcome would be the inevitable closure? And we are really pleased to acknowledge that the impact of the closure has not been as severe as, you know, I think many of us feared. And it's interesting that the early feedback, particularly from the fishing industry, was quite reassuring at that time. I've travelled to Brixham on 3 or 4 occasions during the closure and been grateful that I've managed to have a relatively smooth passage through, and that's at sort of 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's not as though it's necessarily off-peak. In terms of the actual Goodrington Road, you know, I was born in White Rock. I don't think that road's been resurfaced since I was born there 57 years ago. But it was due to be resurfaced in this year. And that had to be delayed as a result of this closure. The good news is that it will be resurfaced after this summer. You know, it'd be foolish to have a major road closure such as Goodrington Road during the summer season. So, you know, on behalf of the council, again, you know, we apologise for the process that was forced upon us, partly through the public inquiry and then the bombshell of the 278 agreement coming late in the day. But I'd just like to formally propose the motion as read. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carroll, do we have a seconder? Councillor?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor, and if I could reserve my right to speak later, please. Thank you.
Certainly. I now invite debate. Do we have any debate?
Councillor David Thomas.
Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you very much indeed. To be honest, I can't actually believe that the motion that's been laid before us is one of no further action. It does seem, through the whole of this process, it's been a case of no further action. So there was an original petition that was brought forward. We heard about that. Didn't appear on the right platform. No further action. A second petition came forward and was ready to come to this council in February. In fact, the petitioner asked for it to be heard and debated in February, but was told that there was no substantial matters to discuss or to debate or decide at that February meeting. Therefore, the February meeting was cancelled and no further action. There was a consultation process run by this council. The cabinet, you know, did the unusual thing of putting a consultation out. 1,600 responses. Anybody seen the outcome of that response? Anybody knows what it says? I captured a few screenshots as it went through. No further action. And we come here this evening with a request from the petitioner, a request that actually, what is the petitioner requesting? The petitioner is requesting to make sure that lessons are learned, that review is undertaken. I would have thought that that's a simple request, a simple ask for this council to have that review, to understand what those lessons are and to ensure that the same problem doesn't arise again. But what we hear this evening, no further action. Over 20,000 residents in Brixham, but this does not just affect Brixham residents. The people from Churston, the people from Hook Hills, the people from White Rock actually are all affected. Surprisingly enough, at lunchtime today at 10 to 12, 11:52, I took a video leaving my house. I was surprised just how long that traffic jam was today at 11:52. It was very long. It was really bizarre, but there it is. So, I mean, I will not support a no action this evening. And in all honesty, I would be absolutely gobsmacked if Brixham councillors, sorry, only one of you tonight, I think, Jackie. My apologies. I didn't see you up there, Councillor Brown. So two of you, you know, Brixham, they're not asking for the earth. They're just asking to understand what went wrong and how can we actually learn some lessons. That's all Brixham residents are asking for. Nothing more, nothing less. They're not asking, can we have £500 per business that's been affected? They've just asked us, please have a review and help us what's wrong. Same Churston, Goodrington. You know, we've got members, council members here. You know, it's not a lot to ask. I cannot understand that the Cabinet put out that consultation to December. We've never seen it. It's never seen the light of day. 1,600 responses. I mean, you know, what did it say? What was the percentages? I think the last time I looked, it was something like about 96%. Where, you know, but it hasn't even been discussed. Every single opportunity that this council has had to discuss this issue, to debate this issue, it's been closed down. It's been locked away. No, we're not discussing it. No further action. And here again tonight, when there is a real opportunity and the petitioner has actually presented to you the views of those residents in Brixham, what we're saying tonight is no further action. The road's going to be opening soon, but you know what? We're not going to do a review. We're not going to do a single thing that you are asking for in that petition. We're going to basically say, guys, it isn't happening. 30 seconds, sorry. Thank you. You know, those 20,000 people in Brixham, actually, this council is saying, we're not interested, guys. Go away, talk to the hand. There is no further action. Well, I'm sorry, I will not support that this evening, and I know my members will not support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Councillor Stockman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When Councillor Thomas says no action, well, frankly, that's not true. When we actually knew that there was a potential road closure, there were many stakeholder meetings. First of all, actually, it was held with emergency services, highways, and the ward councillors. That was the first I heard of it. Secondly, several stakeholder meetings were held with the Chamber of Commerce and all the other organisations which Councillor Cowell spoke about earlier, including the Town Council. So the Town Council and all of the stakeholders knew the process. Councillor Thomas was at the public meeting at the Bury Head, where a friend of mine who actually was a legal planning officer for another council explained what the Section 278 was and how rare it is for anybody to be knowledgeable about when that is signed, because it's a delegated decision made by the highways officer, and it's not either a cabinet decision or a council decision. So having been involved in, I was the chair of the neighbourhood forum at the time when Inglewood came forward. So I'm well aware, and I sat through the whole 7 days of the appeal, and never once was the closure of the road known or brought forward, not once. And everybody in the room, I think, knows that it was to do with finding the services when the contractors got involved, and they found that the services were in a certain level within the road, because initially the road was going to be lowered and then it had to be highered, and that's what's happened with this. So in normal circumstances, because this is an operational matter, none of us in this room would be making the decision. Mr. Strang, I'd just like to say there was no cabinet meeting to decide whether this should be signed or not. It's a delegated decision signed by the head of highways. So it's very difficult. I've explained this so many times, the process of this. I can tell you that when the Inglewood inquiry happened, and when the Secretary of State's representative overrode what our planning committee had decided, we had 6 weeks to look at whether we should have a JR, judicial review. We had an independent barrister, and it was unheard of that a barrister should come and answer questions from a neighbourhood forum, which he did, and we had no grounds to look at that appeal. Also within this, I recognise you haven't seen the documents, but I have read the documents where we could have been deemed to be unreasonable had we withheld it, the 278 signature. And if you look at Warwickshire versus Powergen, it was a similar case to this, and that case was lost by the council. It's the only one that's been held in the country, but that was lost. Was I cross about this? Yes. Was I angry about the potential, the fear of what could happen to my town, to the businesses, to the fishing industry? Absolutely yes. Did I engage with them all? Absolutely yes. Every individual that was interested, I did engage with. And they were satisfied in the end that the route I had driven that road, so I knew what the condition of the road was like, and it's quite frankly shocking. But what the WSP looked at was whether it was a viable route or not. They weren't looking at the condition of the road, they were actually looking at which is the best route for us to use. And I time myself every single time I go through that route, whether it's morning, evening, afternoon, whatever. And so far, I haven't sat in the queue longer than 8 minutes, and that's been at peak times. My son lives at Broadsands. He's had no issue getting to Newton Abbot and back, and my granddaughter goes to school in Brixham, had no issue going to school and back. So that's a good thing from this. There are lessons to be learned. We are learning them, but in this case, it was an officer decision, and we didn't have the say that you think we did have, because it's not a decision made by Cabinet or any member in this chamber. Thank you.
Do we have anybody else? Councillor Bye. Oh, Councillor Nick Bye, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I still believe that the decision should have been made in public. It could have been made at the Cabinet. The decision was made only a day or two after the December Cabinet meeting, and I think that has added to the sense of ill will. But we are where we are, and I support absolutely Councillor Thomas. I'm shifting up this way. I'm encouraged. I'm getting nearer to the seat of power, moving a little bit further up along the benches here. We won't support this simply because it is an insult to the people of Brixham, given all that they have endured over the last few weeks, at the end to say no further action will be taken. That is absolutely an insult to the people of Brixham. We heard at the Business Forum breakfast this morning in the private conversations that coaches are not visiting. We heard that from a hotelier with the major coaching hotel here in Torquay, that his hotel is not sending their coaches and their visitors to Brixham. The publicity has been so negative for Brixham. This is the point that with respect, this is the point I do wish to make, and I hope that members, the two members from Brixham who are here today, will register, that the publicity has been so hugely, hugely damaging. I work in Brixham, as you know, part-time, if you call it work. I enjoy it very much indeed, and I shall be there on Friday and Saturday, and I accept that the delays on Saturdays have not been anything like what I had feared. But the publicity has had a huge impact on the footfall and the number of people visiting the town of Brixham. My concerns are, and if I'd had the opportunity to ask my question on this subject, and I'm genuinely sorry that Councillor Morey is poorly, what support has this council given Brixham during this difficult time? I'm not aware of any tangible support, although I didn't have the opportunity to suggest at the Cabinet meeting in December because it wasn't a subject at the Cabinet meeting in December, but I suggested through the media that you could have had concessionary parking to encourage people who live in Brixham to go into the town centre and spend. I have never seen the town centre so quiet in Brixham on the Saturdays that I've worked there, given that I always work right through the winter. This winter, through January in particular and February, I've never seen the town so quiet, and I know that many, many businesses have taken a hit. So number one, you could have done something for the concessionary parking for residents and visitors. The communications, this council churns out fairy tales of communications telling people how wonderful everything is. Why couldn't you have put out communications explaining that Brixham is open for business, it's the gem of the bay, there's absolutely no problem, there's no problem now in going there at weekends, there's no problems going there now in the evenings, or the restaurants or the eating houses. Why couldn't you have used the communications team that streams out Pravda-like communications when you want to on all manner of subjects to absolutely publicise Brixham, and Brixham is open for business? So, Madam Mayor, I can't support this. This looks to me like an insult to the people of Brixham, concluding no further action will be taken. If you want nothing done, Madam Mayor, this council are the people to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bye. Councillor John Thomas, please. Councillor John Thomas, please remain seated.
Sorry?
Please remain seated.
God bless you, young lady. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, there is one term that is used often in the public sector, and it is, we have to learn lessons. Sadly, lessons are rarely learned. I don't want to go into the details in the way we got here, but I do congratulate this gentleman for a superb presentation. The one thing which I'm very concerned about, and every councillor should be concerned about, as should every officer in my opinion, and that is he's been treated, as has his people that signed that petition, appallingly poorly. The courtesy that he's received has been low because there's been very few responses, if any, to certain of his questions. And that's the thing that bothers me. If somebody puts in a request for information, it is only courteous to reply to it. I lost count of the time that he was giving that excellent presentation. It appears that very few people, or nobody on occasions, replied to him. And to me, that is unforgivable. I am going to vote with this Conservative group because I think it is very much well worth voting for. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I apologise for having to sit down.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas, and please don't apologise for sitting down. I'm sat down. I'll return to, as there's nobody else is indicating, I'll return to Councillor Long. You reserved your right, Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And perhaps we should all follow Councillor Thomas's J's lead and refer to you as young lady for the rest of the meeting. And again, I'd like to thank Mr Strang for his petition and his speech here tonight. In my summing up, I just wanted to say that the council has done its best, whether that's good enough is for other people to judge, to challenge both the developers and as I'm sure they will attest, council officers throughout this process to find solutions and alternatives to what's been happening. We absolutely did, as people will attest from the discussions that council has had with officers, we did absolutely hear and understand the concerns of the petitioners and others who got in touch. And as a result, much mitigation had been achieved. And I think just to respond to Councillor By's, nothing was done to mitigate. Just to give you an example, there were a number of concessionary bus fares that were negotiated and was obtained from the developer to help alleviate some of that, particularly for the college students. Councillor Thomas D mentioned that the petition asked for a review. Actually, in my reading of the petition, it says that the petition asked for the closure to be reconsidered. My understanding is that reconsidering the decision was not something that was in the council's gift to do. The problem lies with the original decision made by the planning inspector, and I think that is where much of the anger, understandable anger, needs to be directed. As for the cheap jibe about not investing in Brixham, then we could have that conversation about who has and hasn't invested in Brixham and throw things at each other, but I don't think that's a very healthy debate to have. I very often agree with Councillor Stockman. I never expected to during this term, but lessons, the problem with councils is that very often there's lots of council speak, as I referred to earlier. The petition response refers to no further action. That does not mean that lessons are not going to be learnt. They are going to be learnt, and they were being learnt as the process went on, as this is the first time this has really happened in this council, and in fact in other parts of the country. So lessons have and will be learnt and are still being learnt throughout the process, should it ever happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm very mindful that we had to deal with the terms of the petition that was put before us. And the wording of that was in terms of reassessing a 4-month road closure. In actual fact, as a consequence of the stakeholder engagement and the negotiations we had with the developers, we did manage to pull that original period down to the 3 months that we're currently witnessing. So in terms of Mr Strang's comments tonight about having lessons learned and a review, that wasn't in the petition. So we're actually responding factually to the words that were on that petition, and also the 4 options that are before us. And we can't undertake some of those options because the action's already happened. So therefore, all we can do is say there will be no further action on the particular words of the petition. So in terms of the jibe, as Councillor Long refers to, ignoring Brixham, just a couple of things that spring to mind is the fact that this administration has delivered a community lease on Sholston Pool. It's delivering £130,000 changing places toilet facility in Brixham car park later this summer. It's granted a 150-year lease to Brixton Rugby Football Club to mark their 150 years of existence. We're spending £65,000 on a new lighting scheme, which is soon to start around Harbour. And of course, we continue to explore bids for economic regeneration to help invest into the fishing industry, which is so important to Brixham. You know, Brixham isn't isolated in my mind, or any of our colleagues' minds. Brixham is a very important part of Torquay, and it will always be so. So in terms of the actual wording and technical response to the petition, I stand to move that motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. I will now take the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. All those against?
Motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strang. You please feel free to take a seat back in the audience. Thank you. Thanks. The Council has received a petition for noting. Please see page 12. Would the Chief Executive please present this item?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Members, you'll have seen in your papers that a petition's been received requesting that Broadsands Beach is made a dog-friendly beach year-round, and that's received approximately 70 signatures. The petitioner on this one has requested that the petition is submitted direct to the decision-maker, and therefore it will be considered by the Director of Pride in Place, Alan Denby, in consultation with the Cabinet Member for Infrastructure, Culture and Tourism, Councillor Morey. Therefore, members, there will be no debate on this evening, as it's purely for noting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We now move to item number 7, which is members' questions. Members, I will interject if I consider your supplementary question to be a statement. Chief Executive, would you mind outlining the procedure and undertaking the questions?
Of course, Madam Mayor. Members, the questions and answers have been circulated and are noted as submitted, and they are available on your iPads under the late report packs. On behalf of the Civic Mayor, I will invite supplementary questions, and members, please remember that supplementary questions must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. And importantly, supplementary questions are not permitted to include a statement and only allowed to ask one supplementary question. There is, as always, a time limit of 1 minute to ask a supplementary question, response being 3 minutes and the overall time being 30 minutes. Members, on that basis, I will go into the questions in the rounds in which they were submitted. But we do have a number of apologies which is impacting upon the questions tonight. So question 1, and that's one that's impacted in terms of Councillor Morey's absence. That will be referred to the next council meeting, as is the same for question 2. Question 3, however, Councillor David Thomas, in respect of Living Coast, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you very much indeed. Quite interested in the response that expressions of interest received directly by the council. Can you give me some indication of that is 1, 3, 5? Thank you.
Councillor Long?
I'm aware of 2, but there may be others that I'm not aware of. But one came to me directly, which I passed on, and I'm aware of another one that's being considered.
Thank you, Councillor. On question 4 then, that one in Councillor Morey's absence will be referred to the next meeting. Question... Councillor Foster?
So on a point of clarification, and it's regarding the answer, there seems to be some discrepancies between that answer and a freedom of information request that I received on the 27th of February. So can I ask that that is looked at and a written response is sent, please? Thank you.
We'll certainly investigate that, but as I said, it will stand referred to the next, the question will also stand referred to the next meeting. Question 5 then, in respect of council employees. Councillor O'Dwyer, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. With several new employees in post and with other employees changing post as well at the senior management level, if you take out health and if you take out children's services, how do we compare to other authorities in the cost of our management?
Councillor Cowell, that one's referred to you, please.
Yeah, thank you for the supplementary. I think that would require some research in terms of if you're looking at it in the light of the cost of salaries as a percentage of overall revenue budget, then that's something that would require some significant research and investigation, and it's certainly not the kind of figures that I would have at my fingertips here tonight. So potentially we can come back with some further evidence of perhaps how it compares with similar unitary authorities around the country.
Moving on to question 6, in Councillor Morey's absence, that question will be referred to the next meeting. And question 7, in Councillor Steve Darling's absence, that question will also be referred to the next meeting. Question 8, that one again was to Councillor Morey and therefore will be referred to the next meeting. Question 9, in respect of voter ID at the next elections. Councillor Atiala, do you have a supplementary question?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atiala. Question 10, in respect of Paynton Cemetery and its management. Councillor Douglas Dunbar, do you have a supplementary question?
I do not have a supplementary question.
Thank you very much. Moving to the second round, question 11, in respect of support to those in hospital and those in need of extra care. Councillor Johns, do you have a supplementary question?
I do not, Madam Mayor.
Question 12, in respect of the Levelling Up Fund. Councillor Bye, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, indeed, I do. And it's quite simply, how on earth can this bid have been submitted? This is the fish and chip bid for levelling up funds, which we're told was submitted under the heading of regeneration and town centre investment. How could it have been submitted to that when we are told, and I've got the government website here from July for the guidance, so it's not a secret, building on the Towns Fund framework to upgrade eyesore buildings and dated infrastructure, acquire and regenerate brownfield sites, invest in secure community infrastructure and crime reduction, and bring public services and safe, accessible community spaces into town and city centres. How on earth did our levelling up bid for fish and chips come anywhere near the published criterion on the government's website? And does the member consider he has let this council down by submitting such a flawed bid?
Councillor Long, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And I imagine that as the government themselves accepted the bid twice under that heading, that they recognised that that was the right heading for those. And given that both local members of Parliament, Anthony Magnell and Kevin Foster, urged us incredibly strongly to submit those bids, in fact, stronger than that, I'll pass Councillor Byers' comments to them and let him know what he thinks of them. Thank you.
Moving to question 13 in respect of the Strand Regeneration Project. Apologies. Councillor David Thomas, do you have a supplementary question?
I do indeed. Thank you very much indeed. With respect of Debenhams, you say that there is a viability gap. Is that small viability gap or significant?
Councillor Long, please.
And that's my answer. No, I would say that it's probably somewhere between the two. But I have to say it's not, as the answer to the previous question to Councillor By stated, this isn't an issue that just faces Torquay. If Councillor Thomas wants to follow the Guardian's link, therefore it must be true. This is an issue that councils up and down the country are facing. And interestingly, an article again in the same newspaper on Saturday about HS2. The government themselves are having problems with schemes and viability, so it's an issue that everyone is facing. And but that is the Debenhams site is an absolutely priority one for this administration, and one that will find, I'm sure, innovative solutions to secure. Thank you.
Moving to question 14 in respect of gender pay details. Councillor Dwyer, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Councillor Carter. Good evening. As the TDA is a public TECL company that we control, as if it was a council department, do you believe we should be providing this gender pay gap information? And just one point that you've made in your response, can you clarify if Swissco was supposed to be providing this information and hasn't been, that's what you appear to be saying?
Councillor Carter, please.
No, I believe that the Swissco one, the information won't be out until the 31st of March this month. That's when the information will be out, at the end of this month. So, and that'll be for the previous year. So you won't have that at the moment. As is the council's one is 31st of March. And that came to council last year, if you remember. We went through the pay gap on that. So, and what's the other one? TDA. Well, it's run by the laws that we have, and if you've got a quote there from the government website of the laws that they follow, so they're following it. They're under 250 employees, so they don't have to publicise that in public domain.
Moving to question 15 in respect of Lymington Coach Station. Councillor Pentley, do you have a supplementary question?
I do, thank you. Thank you to Councillor Long for his answer. The Lymington Coach Station is a project we all want to see prevail. My follow-up question is, what reassurance can you give about the public realm element of the works?
Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and Councillor Pentley. And having stood for election in Tormowen, I am fully aware of the electorate around there's view of the coach station, not just the kind of employment space, but also the public realm work, and their desire to have it done. Of course, the Tormowen residents have the good sense not to elect me, but that's a different story. But I know that there are some colleagues in this council who would like to only do public realm if it makes a profit, but that's not the view of this administration, and we'll make sure that both elements of the work get done. Thank you.
Moving to question 16 in terms of Children's Services application for registered status with the Restorative Justice Council. Councillor Dudley, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I have no supplementary question, and I thank Councillor Law for her response. Thank you.
Moving to the third round of questions then, question 17, in respect of affordable homes. Councillor Dwyer, do you have a supplementary question?
I do. Councillor Long wasn't expecting this question, as it was put on him a bit earlier on today, but with the authority having declared a housing emergency a few years ago, and seeing the need evidenced within our own housing strategy, the last one and this one, do you feel that these achieved numbers over the last several years, including this administration, will reduce the housing lists and has added and harmed the deprivation of Torquay?
Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Absolutely, this council absolutely has to do better on affordable housing and has needed to do better for many years, and that's why we've got the updated housing strategy before us later today, with its focus on affordable housing. I remember, I bored people with this before, but I remember the year that I was elected, more money was spent on luxury beach huts than affordable housing, and we need to do much better to reduce the amount of deprivation. That's not just housing, that's an awful lot of other elements as well. I'm hopeful that in a few years' time we will be seeing more affordable homes and that waiting list reducing. Thank you.
Moving to question 18 in respect of access to dentists within the Bay. Councillor Johns, do you have a supplementary question?
I do not.
And then the last question this evening, in respect of the council's support to the hospital. Councillor Pentney, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't, no, thank you.
Madam Mayor, that's the end of the questions.
Thank you very much, thank you. I now move to item 8, notice of motion, keep vapes out of sight of children. Please refer to page 17. Can Councillor Law please put her motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I first became aware that some local authorities were passing motions about vapes and vaping, I was really curious because, like many people, I believe that it was a healthy alternative to actually smoking cigarettes, and we were encouraging people to take up vaping rather than smoking cigarettes. So I was quite curious, and when I looked into it, I was really shocked actually at what I found in terms of vaping and our young people. So there's a growing body of evidence warning about the dangers and harms to young people from vaping, including papers from paediatricians and public health doctors that I found on the British Medical Journal website. And it's quite shocking. It's about the development of children's brains, and they're still developing physiologically, mentally, and the effect of nicotine on a child's brain is something that's very, very different to on an adult's brain, which is why many public health professionals and doctors are becoming concerned. So there's also an increasing amount of anecdotal evidence of young people becoming addicted to nicotine, and that causing social problems and problems within schools. There are reports from schools that children are finding it difficult to sit through their classes or through their exams because they want to get out for a quick vape. So there can be absolutely no doubt that we've taken steps around smoking and cigarettes to make sure that packaging is bland, doesn't appeal to children, but that just doesn't apply with vaping. And I was shocked to learn that there are a number of TikTok challenges. I'm not on TikTok myself, but I've asked some people about it. And the children really respond to the challenges on TikTok. And some of the children, to take part in, it's basically the modern day equivalent of blowing elaborate cigarette circles, rings, cigarettes, smoke rings, elaborate smoke rings, that's it. And there's some where you put one inside another and they show the children how to do it. And we have young children using vapes to try this, and their children practicing these smoke rings are taking in the equivalent nicotine on average of up to 200 cigarettes a week. So okay, there's not the other damage, there's not the other chemicals in the vapes, but that is still nicotine, up to 200 cigarettes a week, and that's shocking. This is a lot of information available out there, both from parents, schools, educators, public health and doctors. So there can be absolutely no doubt that the marketing, the packaging is aimed at young people. Even the names of the flavouring, had a look. So you can get vanilla ice cream, watermelon, rainbow sherbet. You can even get Skittles flavour. Well, actually, I love Skittles. I've been eating them this evening. But you can get vaping juice, as it's called, which I object to because I think that makes it sound like orange or apple juice or something that's healthier to children. So the vaping juice even comes in Skittles flavours. These are aimed and marketed at children. So to be clear, this motion isn't about our vape shops and it's not against vaping. It's not against the responsible use of vaping by adults who it's made and aimed at. Especially, I want to reiterate that it is a very good alternative for adults instead of having cigarettes. For vaping is considered to be the best way to go about giving up cigarettes if you have to still puff on something. So this motion is about protecting our children and young people from inappropriate marketing by manufacturers, protecting the environment from the proliferation of disposable vapes, because apparently that's what the young people most like, and it costs just under £5 to buy a disposable vape in a shop. That's not a lot, and you can get them in supermarkets everywhere. You don't have to go to a specialist outlet. So that's what this is about. It's about protecting our young people, and most importantly about protecting their health, the development of their brains from a known harm. We know nicotine is harmful, and it is a known harm, and this is about protecting those children. There's a growing lobby in the UK behind the measures that are set out in the motion, and by adding our voice, we hope that we'll be part of a growing voice nationally for a call to action to protect our children.
30 seconds, Councillor Law.
Thank you. To protect our children from a known and growing danger to their health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Do we have a seconder, please?
Councillor Jackie Stockman.
Councillor Stockman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second this motion and will speak to it now. I don't have an awful lot to add to what Councillor Law's proposal has detailed, nor the detailed motion before you, except to say there's a lot of statistics out there that both in the US and Europe that the numbers of children that are now vaping has doubled in the last couple of years. I'm lucky I've never smoked, but I do recognise that for adults, for people wanting to quit smoking, vaping can be a useful tool. The issue for me is the product, which used to have a bitter taste, but it can now be bought with literally hundreds of enticing flavours. This induces children and young people to experiment, and in turn the small amount of nicotine can become addictive, as can the experience of vaping itself, as young people do not understand the potential dangers. So there are many experts, as Cordelia has said earlier, that believe that this could be a health issue, a crisis in the making, because it's so attractive, the packaging, and even the vape shops are so beautifully done out and enticing for young people to go in. We've got 2 in Brixham, and I've witnessed relatively young people going in there. So I think to support this motion, that anything that we can do to reduce the usage in children can only be beneficial. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stockman. I will now invite debate, and Councillor Long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm just going to be brief, but I happened to hear an item on Radio 4 in the last few days. I think it was the Today programme, but I can't quite remember. But they mentioned that during exam time, they had a teacher that they were speaking to who was mentioning that there were some pupils who were struggling to get through a 3-hour exam without needing to go out and have a vape, which is deeply worrying. And that the marketing is being done specifically to children now, particularly with the colours of the vaping equipment and the flavours, as Councillor Law outlined, although I would better say that other sweets are available. And also the other perhaps equally serious thing is that there's quite a waste issue as well in terms of the plastic that's being thrown away, and not necessarily in the most reliable way, and you can bet your bottom dollar it's not being recycled, much of it. So there's that aspect as well. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Councillor David Thomas, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been quite fortunate that smoking and vaping has not been one of my vices. Plenty of others, but not particularly that one. Just rise to say that we will be supporting this motion this evening. Thank you.
No more. As nobody else has indicated they want to speak, we'll go back to Councillor Law.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just delighted that everybody is happy to support this evening. It's a great thing to do. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I will now take the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you. As it's 7 o'clock? As it's 7 o'clock, we will now take a short break before we move on to the budget items. Thank you.
Members, can you start to take...
Furthermore, where is it? Refer to our Chief Executive because we are going to vary the agenda slightly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, during that short adjournment and conscious of the time already this evening and the legal requirement to deal with a number of items on today's agenda, but also recognising your constitutional right in terms of voting to extend a meeting past 4 hours, proposing that for the 2 items that aren't legally required to be dealt with tonight, items 15, the housing strategy, item 16, domestic abuse and sexual violence strategy, we vary the order of the agenda to take those at the end, at which point we'd have dealt with the matters that are legally required, and you can then vote in terms of continuing the meeting for those remaining items. Members had the opportunity of speaking with the group leaders during the break, and the Civic Mayor has agreed that reordering. Thank you, members.
Thank you. I now move to item 9, Revenue Budget Proposals 2023-24. Please refer to page 19. Legislation requires a recorded vote on the budget proposals, and therefore this will happen as a matter of course on tonight's budget items. Would Councillor Cowell please present the Cabinet's budget proposals? You have 15 minutes. Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And bearing in mind the pressures on time, I would hope that it's not going to take 15 minutes, not least because at 3 o'clock this afternoon I was still expecting Councillor Steve Darling to be stood here making this budget speech. But just to set the scene, again, as has been said in previous years, this is a one-year settlement, effectively, and of course we have experienced in the past 12 months extensive challenges around costs, inflation, energy costs. It's exactly the same pressures as a council that business and householders are experiencing around the country. It doesn't help when you have that uncertainty about being able to plan medium, long term in terms of a major financial institution's plans. It's almost like having to budget on the hoof. And we have been very fortunate in as much as in the last 4 years, because of the focus and the prudence demonstrated by the Partnership Administration, been in a position that, again, we are proposing a balanced budget set at £131 million. The adult social care challenge is one that is significant in terms of a challenge for all councils around the country, all councils with responsibility for adult social care. And it's regrettable that the government, again, have been kicking the can down the road of addressing that elephant in the room. There are serious issues in terms of costs around the provision of adult social care, but we are fortunate here in Torquay because of the strategic partnership we have and a further 2-year contract arrangement with our NHS colleagues. That said, we know that there's escalating costs and we need to be prepared for what comes down the road in terms of the renegotiation of that contract in a couple of years' time. Let's hope that a government, whatever the government may be, of whatever colour in the future, will start addressing the issues that is facing this nation. It's interesting because back in 2013-14, Torquay Council received £42 million in revenue support grant. That fell to £6 million in years 2019 to 2020. That is a £36 million loss in our annual revenue. And if you multiply that over the period, it's over £700 million in revenue support that Torquay has lost. And despite that, we are proposing a budget tonight that A, is balanced, but B, doesn't actually represent any cuts to services. So given that of that £131 million, 113 million, that's 86% of the budget, is effectively statutory provision through children's, adults and public health. That doesn't leave much left over for the provision of some of those other statutory services and the provision of the services that the people of Torquay value on a day-to-day basis, namely the place-based matters, such as the refuse collection, which we've seen an improvement in the services as a result of the decision to bring Swissco in-house and end the chaotic Tor 2 contract. We're seeing the investment in new equipment to Swissco, which is all made possible because of the focus that this administration has put into addressing the challenge of children's services. Children's services was in dire straits in 2019, and it was an immediate priority to set about making sure that we're putting the child first in any of our decision making around the delivery of children's services. And I think that is being proven by the fact that we are now rated as good. And I congratulate and thank all members of staff and members across the chamber for their focus and dedication on addressing the challenges of children's services. But because we managed to stop the spiralling cost and the ever-changing upward pressure on the budget in children's services, it has meant that over the past 4 years we've been able to deliver improvements, such as replacing the decrepit festoon lighting in Paynton and Torquay. And it's great that we're actually seeing further investment of £65,000 into Brixham Harbour to improve their festoon lightings and a new lighting display around the harbour, as well as Preston is shortly to be commenced to replace their broken festoon lighting there. But that is another example of how we've managed to start improving place. But it's not just on our tourist areas that we've been investing money. We've been making sure that the equipment that we've been buying through Swissco is enabling that there's a street cleaning programme in our secondary shopping areas and in our communities. Because whilst it's important that we start addressing the 11 years of neglect, of lack of proper street cleansing around our seafronts and in our town centres, we should never forget that it's the residents that pay their council tax that are equally deserving of decent, clean streets in their communities. The other element of the budget proposal tonight, and we're going to it in a bit more detail, of course, is also the capital programme. And of course, one of our focuses is turning the tide on poverty. And you can't do that without economic regeneration. And it's been an extremely challenging period of time. You know, we came in, we were delighted that we were in receipt of Future High Streets funding, Town Deal, over £40 million of money that's coming into Torquay that was able to deliver some of the community's aspirations as written in their neighbourhood plans and town centre master plans approved by this council to start getting things moving. Then, of course, COVID struck and the world changed. And as a result of that, also, some of those programmes were delayed. And it's interesting to note that, you know, even the Town Deal in Torquay, where the Torquay MP is vice chair of that board, we've we struggled to get some of those projects over the line. The public realm improvements around the Strand, absolutely a priority for Torquay Council. But we couldn't get contractors. And contractors wouldn't hold prices because of price inflation, because of the impact of the war in Ukraine, and also perhaps an ongoing legacy of the decision to leave the EU and Brexit. But all of our capital programme, and we've discussed as a council the need to borrow to make sure that we get our capital programme over the line. The investment in Lymington Road in employment space and public realm. The investment at Edgenswell, where we're seeing the new Wicks store rise from the steel, from anybody who's seen the steelworks that are going on there will know. We took the decision to buy Debenham so it wouldn't become a site that would be held to ransom by a private developer. So we hold the keys to unlock that development. We're progressing, and next week's planning committee will be determining the application to supply housing at St Kilda's in Brixham. We're seeing that derelict site on the corner of Tweenaway on Totnes Road, the roof timbers being erected on those 8 or 9 units there. We took the decision to buy Union Square, so that we're in control. So in terms of some of the other elements of the revenue budget that we actually listened to consultation on, and we appreciate those residents, organisations and the Overview and Scrutiny Board for their contributions to that consultation process. So sport, something very close to my heart because it actually matters to people's health and well-being and mental health. We're increasing the base from 50,000 to 75,000 after years of underinvestment in sport here in Torquay, supporting Torquay on the move. And I was at a sports Torquay meeting last week where we presented several clubs with their grants from that pot to support those local grassroots sports. Housing is another area which is absolutely essential to us, and we've heard earlier tonight the need to deliver those houses. One of the schemes that we're setting up is a borrowing facility worth £3 million for organisations such as Yes in Brixham, who actually deliver houses for local people at rent, or Growing Homes Torquay. So they can come with individual business proposals to draw down against that facility. So approving that £3 million tonight will speed up the process for those organisations to justify their bids for the borrowing from that fund. We've also recognised that in terms of the air show, there's ongoing economic pressures because of what's happening nationally. So we're going to increase the budget for the air show. There's also 100k. We recognise that the town centres need significant support. Therefore, we're putting £100,000 to identify how we can improve all 3 town centres. And we will agree with the stakeholders in those towns, the businesses and other organisations, how that money is best spent. We know that our town centres need that economic regeneration, but they also need a helping hand on a day-to-day basis as to how we can perhaps increase events or whatever. But that is going to be for those stakeholders to agree. And of course, we continue to invest in the Premier Resort with a further £100,000. And the first meeting as to how that's going to be spent and allocated and prioritised is just recently been held. So, in terms of the budget proposals before you tonight, it does represent a 2% increase in adult social care because we're having to take that opportunity presented by government because of their failure to address the whole sector, but also that 2.99% increase in council tax. But on the flip side of that, there's over £5 million of support schemes to help people through the next 12 months. With their energy bills, with their cost of living crisis that is by no means their own fault. And we're also increasing the amount of support that we give to people in receipt of council tax support to a total of £100. So we really welcome the fact that by and large all of our budget proposals were received well as a response to the consultation, and I highly recommend and commend our budget to members this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Long?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor, I'd like to second, and if I may, with your indulgence, I'd like to reserve my right, please.
Thank you, Councillor Long. I now...
So, Councillor Loxton, his opportunity as group leader.
Oh. Councillor Lock... I now invite the group leaders to say their words. Councillor Loxton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for the worshipful, the Mayor of Torquay, Councillor Mandy Darling, for all the hard work and promoting of our wonderful bay, and also thanks to our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cecilia Brown, again for the hard work and promotion of Torquay. The duties performed by them are so important and part of Torquay's tradition. The last 4 years has seen the war of COVID-19, which is ongoing, the loss of our Queen, loss of close colleagues, and what will the current continuing year 2023 bring us, especially the war in Ukraine and the cost of living crisis, the inflation and the concerns about people will be able to feed themselves. The exciting revenue budget of 23-24 net revenue expenditure of 131 million. It is what it is, as the current saying goes. I'm afraid costs go up, and obviously in all departments of the council it's difficult to keep these costs down. Education and prevention come to mind, and I believe these are important factors going forward. Central government has to understand this, with investment in youth is so important, and additional funding to our local authority in order to keep all services continuing. My thanks go to the individuals who completed the online budget, consultation and the comments made. Good to see the projected increase of the Banjo and Princess Gardens, our fantastic air show. Keep the bay clean, tidy and attractive, a premier tourist resort in the UK which we are lucky to live in. Mend the potholes, line marking on the streets of our bay, cut the grass verges and our bins collecting. We all need to feel safe in Torquay on our streets. We have extra CCTV and better lighting. We also need to see more police on the beat. Thanks to the 151 officer for the robust budget estimates, which are looking going forward. I don't really want to say much more because I think Councillor Cowell said it all. But there's one thing that's really good for the Bay at the moment is actually the sports side. Abigail Martin from the South Devon Gym has been selected for England, which is fantastic. And that's thanks to part of Torquay. I propose that the 23-24 net revenue expenditure of 131 million, resulting in a council tax requirement of 82.7 million for 23-24, a 4.9 increase in council tax, of which 2% is for adult social care, be approved, together with 3.2 to 3.5. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Loxton. Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Where do I start? As we've already heard, the motion has been placed before us, and we are looking at a budget increase of 4.99%. This is against a backdrop of a cost of living crisis, high inflation, and not to mention energy costs. So one would have expected the Liberal Democrat coalition to have done something a little better than what we have before us. My first question has to be, does this increase, the highest allowable increase possible, either help or hinder the administration's flagship commitment, turning the tide on poverty? I have my own views. However, I will leave each individual councillor to ponder on that thought as we set off on our discussion of the budget and ultimately the vote that will ratify what council tax increase we will be committing our residents to pay for in this coming year. Several months ago, the Conservative group spoke to officers to discuss the merits of setting our own alternative budget, what process we would have to go through in order to achieve such a goal. It was at that point that we learned of the black hole facing the council at that time was approximately £8 million. Yes, that is correct. An £8 million black hole. Very limited options when you're faced with that situation. One way to fill it was, one, increase council tax by the maximum amount possible, i.e. 4.99%. And two, look for as many cuts as you can find to services that we were either going to have to stop or services where we'd have to provide a reduced service. We started to look at those options in a similar manner that the administration would have had those same conversations, deciding what was important for them and what they would be prepared to put up and offer up for savings. So fast forward to January of this year, when the consultation came out, and you can clearly see that there are not the kind of horrendous cuts that you would have had to expect to see come forward. So what magic happened? Where did the mysterious rabbit out of the hat come from? Well, I'm going to go through some of the figures that are within the report. However, you do have to look very carefully for them, because I can assure you they are not emblazoned on the front page. And why not, you may ask? Well, hopefully the answer to that little conundrum will become a little clearer by the time I get to the end of my 15 minutes. Although we hear from the Liberal Democrat front bench opposite how much the government have taken away from them, and we heard it again tonight, we don't often hear them say how the national government, how the Conservative national government has basically saved the day this year. So what do I mean? I want to talk about new money coming into the council that we didn't expect. New money that without it would have meant that £8 million black hole that the council was preparing for would still be there. New money that without it would see a very different set of budget proposals. So let's start off. Extra social care grant money. New money from the Conservative government, £5.4 million. Plus a one-off services grant, new money, £1.3 million. Not a bad start. 6.7 million. But we haven't finished there. However, that gap has now closed considerably. Add in a discharge grant of 1.2 million and the fair cost of care grant for 1.9 million, and the gap has disappeared. But I still haven't finished. Our National Conservative government has also provided us with a household support fund totalling 2.5 million, and not forgetting the money for the homeless prevention fund of £750,000. Add that little lot up and it tallies a total of £11.85 million. Yes, £11.85 million of new money that was not expected to come into the council this year, that was provided by this Conservative government. So with the gap clearly gone, in fact a surplus over and above where we thought we were going to be, there was an opportunity, nay, a gift, to truly turn the tide on poverty and look after our residents. And what do we see from the party opposite faced with this one-off opportunity? Do we see compassion? Do we see empathy? Do we see a small council tax increase, if any council tax increase at all? I'm glad you're smiling at this, Councillor Cowell. I really am. Do we just see the adult social care increase? Sadly, no. In a year when something could be done to achieve a smaller council tax increase, we see the highest possible allowable increase, a whack of 4.99%, which will certainly, in my humble opinion, go no way to turn the tide on poverty. In fact, it will have the polar opposite effect. Conservative councillors will talk further as the evening progresses on the various budget elements that they're unhappy with. And of course, in a few moments, I will be presenting our own amendment to try to address the difficulties for our communities that we see with this particular increase. Madam Mayor, we have a long evening in front of us, and we've taken a long time to get to this particular point. I think I will say no more, and I'll leave the rest for when I present our amendments, which I think will be coming up very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. We have received one notice of motion to amend the Cabinet's revenue budget proposals, and this has been circulated. Is Councillor David Thomas happy to put his motion to the Council as read?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to propose our amendment to the budget papers. This was lodged 2 clear working days, as outlined within our constitution, and is presented within this evening's papers. Our amendment builds on our views and feelings that I raised a few moments ago in those opening speeches. We know that the Bay family are struggling financially. Many businesses are having a difficult time, and that's no different for the council. Everybody needs to make ends meet, and you can only spend what you've got in your pocket, or of course, max out the credit card. We know how our residents are struggling. Why? Because we're all from the same Bay family. We're all elected to this council to represent our communities, to do whatever we can to provide services that are needed and hopefully within their financial reach. Our concern is this is just another increase, when we've already clearly demonstrated it's not needed. We can manage this year with less. How many of our residents can go to a reserve account and say, oh, no problem, put it up 4.99%, we'll just get the money from there? Not many, I can assure you of that. I've already spoken about that extra money coming from government, how it covers that original £8 million black hole. So we do have an opportunity to try to look after our residents, if we really want to. That decision is in our hands tonight, and that is why primarily we have placed this amendment. This amendment would see a reduction from the proposed increase of 4.99% down by a full 1.5 percentage points down to 3.49. Our amendment sees this council taking the 2% for adult social care, but then instead of a further increase of just shy of 3%, we would look at a 50% reduction, i.e. 1.49%, taking the total budget increase under our amendment to 3.49. Of course, all things have to be accounted for, and we need to present a balanced budget. So in order to do that, we would look at our investment fund. And I would remind the members opposite, it was something that the Conservatives were very, very much in favour of, and something that we steered this council towards. And what good job we did. The business acumen that we had, plus careful consideration of where we place that money, those investments bring a surplus into this council of £4.1 million per annum. Again, another figure that we hear very little of. However, that is over £16 million in this current term that this fund has helped out. However, that profit is not the whole story. We also have a reserve account that we are topping up from these additional profits coming in from our investments to use on a rainy day. Plus, of course, we're paying back the mortgage, we're paying the on-costs. I would suggest It is more than raining at the moment. Our view is, if we can look at other opportunities to ease the current pain at the moment, it is something we should do. This would give the new administration, post-May, whoever that may be, the time and further opportunity to address the concerns, any concerns of the 151 officer, by replacing those funds within the first 12 months or establishing that those funds truly are surplus. After all, there is more than £3 million within that particular reserve, so it's not as if we're leaving the cupboard bare. And we know that this time next year, that reserve should, all things being equal, be restored to a level not too far away from where it currently is. So, Madam Mayor, with less than 30 seconds to go, thank you, I move the amendment 3.1 and 3.3. You'll see those sections are highlighted in bold. I'm more than happy to read it out. However, for expediency, I trust you'll allow me to move them from the printed papers that have already been circulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Bryan?
I'm delighted to second this amendment and reserve my right to speak later. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open debate on the amendment, and I have Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We don't need to cast our minds back too long to remember the administration of former Mayor Gordon Oliver, who froze the council tax for a number of years. And what did that result in? It resulted in a council that had to say no pretty much all of the time to requests for much needed money for this, that or other service. And we do need to invest in our council services at this time. Councillor Cowell has listed some of those earlier in his speech, but for example, housing, our premier resort, highways, they all need extra resource to deal with the backlog that we've inherited. And there's one crucial word that we've heard quite a lot over the last 4 years, and that is capacity. The lack of capacity in the council to actually spend some of the extra money that we've put in. And we don't need to look very far to see what the effects of a reduced council tax increase would result in. We just need to look at Plymouth City Council, who did not put up the council tax to the allowable limit last time, and they have been having to cut services drastically this year, including in adult social care, and having to reduce the levels of care to some of their elderly residents, I understand, in some cases. We should see Plymouth as the warning to us. Reserves are very much a one-off, and in future years that money that has been used now will not be there, and there will be that gap that Councillor Thomas mentioned in future years, so we'll have to make cuts in the future. And we have it's already been said that we are putting money in for those on council tax support, £100 off their council tax bill, so in effect there won't be a council tax increase for people on that benefit. But in future years, we have a consultation at the moment on council tax support levels for next year. We are an outlier in how poor our council tax support level is. And I fear that if we have an administration of the party opposite, that would be the first to go if we have the cuts to find. And talking of reserves, what a reserve to choose. It is indeed raining, thanks very much to Prime Minister Liz Truss and the effect that she had on the economy. And that is precisely why we shouldn't just blow money from that reserve. That money may well be needed to protect some of those investments in the future if the economy continues to go sour. You can't spend that money twice. And this amendment very much smacks of trustonomics to me. And I think we very much need to heed the words of the 151 officer in his statement that accompanies the amendment today. And of course, even if we do lower the council tax increase by the amount, there will of course still be the elements of council tax from the fire authority and the police authority, both Conservative run. And funnily enough, the fire authority have put up their council tax element by the full required amount. And I didn't hear any concerns expressed by any Conservative members on that authority about the effect that it would have on residents. So if it's a Conservative controlled authority, we're happy to whack up the council tax to the full level, and if it's not, then it's the worst crime ever. And I would just gently say to colleagues opposite, if you're wanting to get colleagues perhaps with independent persuasion to vote for you, using insulting language and calling them Liberal Democrats, but it's perhaps not the best way forward to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Stockman, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank you for recognising that it's necessary to raise the council tax for adult social care. You obviously recognise the risks there is, so why do you not recognise the risk of taking monies from the investment reserve to act as a temporary buffer to the revenue budget? Councillor Thomas says about the additional funding, which is most welcome from the government. However, that in no way covers the additional cost of social care, the gap that is between what we pay and what can be delivered. So the amount, whilst welcome, I think, did you say it was 11.85 or something like that? In no way does that cover the gap between what is provided and what we pay for. So that's a real risk. He will remember that the LGAP review pointed out that one of our biggest risks was adult social care at the time. To agree to what you're saying, it would be, at the very least, a short-term fix to a long-term risk. Our 151 officer describes the risks very clearly. The contingencies for any shortfall in income from investment properties due to short-stroke long-term vacancies or a lapse in the payment of rent or future agreements of refurbishment or rent-free periods necessitates keeping a substantial reserve against very substantial borrowing, because whilst it does fund the gap, it's not all it's enabled us to do is continue services that we otherwise would have had to cut. So that 4.4 million isn't sort of some lovely money sitting there, it's essential. Those of us who have been councillors for some time have witnessed the effect on services, particularly to the most vulnerable, i.e. the supporting people budget, which was cut due to no rise in council tax for several years. Whilst no one wants to raise council tax, it must be recognised that the government's methodology for financing local councils is unworkable without additional taxation being levied locally. If the government funded local government properly, instead of removing millions from the overall grant and then making councils go cap in hand to them for short-term grants, we would not be in this position. And I fail to see how anybody could disagree with that, because this has gone on for a long, long time. So I'm sorry to say I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stockman. Councillor Nick Pentney, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor David Thomas decries the proposed 4.99% increase, and obviously his amendment is built around that. But once again, he refuses to decry his own party bosses in London and their commitment to ideological austerity that is making life miserable for millions of people across the country. There's £96 million coming to this authority that we've lost in funding. That's 96 million. Just think about how big a term that is. I've cited this parable in previous years, the parable of the thief who cries thief to deter attention from their own misdeeds. And I think we're seeing that again tonight, where we're seeing Conservative colleagues accusing us of being running counter to our battle against poverty, whilst failing to denounce their own party bosses in Westminster. It just absolutely reeks of hypocrisy. He could demonstrate his sincerity and earnestness by, and he can do this tonight, he can call out his party bosses in Westminster and say the funding cuts that we've received at the hands of his party bosses is wrong. I would challenge him to do that tonight, but I very much feel that he won't be doing that. So I think that speaks volumes in itself. Needless to say, I will not be supporting this amendment. I think we know what it is, and I'd urge all well-minded colleagues to support the Lib Dem budget tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Petney. Councillor O'Dwyer, please.
Thank you. I don't think the amendment is a bad idea at all. Several of the independents here and not here tonight have in the past voted for no increases before, and this isn't that. This is a fair level. Many people across Torquay are suffering under the cost of living, and whilst this isn't a huge sum, I think it is a needed sum to support the households here and gives the right direction that the council understands their needs at this time. The use of the reserve, in one way, what the argument against is quite amusing, as the level of reserves would be exactly the same as it was in April 2021. I didn't hear anyone decrying and saying, do you know what, we should put more money in there just in case we don't get any rent. No, quite happy to take the profit coming in to protect our funds in the council. And that level has grown. I didn't hear anyone say, do you know what, more, we need more in that reserve. We absolutely do, because later on, if you look at our use of reserves, actually, this authority has burnt through £20 million this year. Just look at it. It's 72, it's 53. There's another £10 million to prop up your budget next year. Anyone would think there's an election coming. That's why you've been building up a war chest. But that's the point, isn't it? You're arguing against us, we're arguing against you. It is a bit silly, but it is true. You're talking about us taking 1.2 million from a fund that has been built over the last just 2 years to a level that we could use now to support people. And then you've burnt through 30 million last year and this proposal in the earmark reserves. So please understand the hypocrisy that you're putting against our 1.2 million when it's 30 million. I think our amendment is right in its approach. I think it acknowledges what people are, all people, not just you put in some money very laudably to support those on very low incomes, the 500,000 in the report, 0.5. But there are others out there who are living in larger houses, maybe, but don't have so much money and don't access those areas that also need some support. And I just think you need to understand that it is everyone in Torquay, not just the few, that needs support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwyer. Councillor Howgate, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think there's been some powerful assessment of the problem from the opposition tonight. The cost of living crisis is all too real, and it's not the right forum, and we don't have really the time this evening to go into the kind of the causes of that. I'm going to refrain from one thing, though. I think there's a kind of interesting use of language around the chamber at times. I'm going to avoid using phrases like black hole. I'm going to avoid using phrases like this isn't fair, or our side is fair, your side is unfair. I think political mudslinging, everybody out there has had enough of this. It gets us nowhere, absolutely nowhere. So I'm going to avoid going down that route, but I will just point out a couple of things. I think Councillor Thomas has correctly identified the cost of living problem, absolutely. But what I want to talk about is the proposed solution. And for me, it rests upon one document in our pack tonight for agenda item 9, which is, ironically enough, the minute that's written by the colleague who we were praising tonight on the verge of retirement, Martin over there. Martin's assessment, very lucid, very clear, written to the highest level of the local government offices, I might add, sets out just in crystal clear terms, not in political partisan terms that involve silly games of mudslinging. It says lucidly and clearly that you can't solve the problem sustainably by taking 1.2 million from reserves, leaving us with a gap of 1.2 million on an ongoing basis. You've given us a solution that lasts 12 months, and actually you create an ongoing problem. And if we look around, we can see examples of local government in crisis wherever we look. So, for example, Thurrock. Thurrock is, let's get this clear, is now having a 9.99% tax increase. 9.99. Is it really? I'm not going down the party political route, Jermaine, thank you. That amounts to a problem. National government's having to bail them out with £452 million for this financial year, followed by another £180 million for the following year. They're 1.5 billion in debt. Okay, they're making 8 million in cuts, and they've got this kind of nightmare situation. Now they're cutting services. £8 million of services are being cut. National government's bailing them out. And why? Well, I'm going to quote the Conservative leader of Thurrock Council, a gentleman called Mark Cockshall. He says, well, the problem is we've missed £54 million in tax rises over the years. And quote, word for word, and we just need to correct a wrong. Now, I'm afraid the policy I'm hearing of what appears to be sensible moderation at first glance, of cutting council tax because of a cost of living crisis, it repeats the problem that Mark Cockshall in Thurrock is identifying. If you forgo tax rises when you need them, you're giving us the economics of Liz Truss. And I think it was Councillor Long who referred to that earlier, and he was bang right to do so. Because if you come to us in this amendment with a genuine solution where you can convince us, and convince, more importantly, not me or my colleagues here, but if you can convince the Section 151 officer over there that what you're proposing is sustainable and will work, then you have indeed come with an amendment that could gain some support. Now, the fact is, I'm afraid, the opposition have failed to do that. So whilst all of us will agree and will respond emotively to your emotional language about the cost of living crisis, it's not any reason to throw blame at this side of the chamber, or indeed to imply that a council tax rise of 4.99 is the worst thing in the world. It will be difficult because the circumstances are difficult, and the circumstances are difficult for every single worker and family out there, but also for local government finance. Just look at Thurrock, look at Woking.
30 seconds, Councillor Howard.
Thank you. And Woking has a £60 million a year problem to pay back its borrowing, which means £47,000 per household. Let's not go down that route tonight, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, what can we say? Once again, we hear the same old message, usual message. It's not our fault, Gov. None of this is the fault of this administration, according to them. This is a coalition of Liberal Democrats and Independents in an administration that is in power, but it appears to be not in control, according to them. 4 years they've been in power. 4 whole years, but no acceptance that they are responsible. It's always a message that good days are just around the corner. Just around the corner.
Councillor Barron, are you speaking on the amendment, are you?
Well, I am doing. I'm going to say this. Okay, I'll be very brief about it. There was a mention in previous administration that there was money sloshing about in this administration. I'd like to ask the opposition, the team opposite, to support, show that some of that sloshing about money to our residents tonight and support this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Bye, you reserved your right, as there's no more
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you know, I'm not party political, but I do want to support my colleague, Councillor Thomas, with the Conservative Group amendment. And I think putting it in the context, with all due respect, that the budget for 2023-2024 is going to be £131 million. That will be the biggest budget that the council has ever set. That is an increase from 120 million in the current financial year that's coming to an end. So the government has been so much more generous, as Councillor Thomas has explained, than perhaps was envisaged just a few months ago. Our investment property portfolio is generating a significant income, and even between the deliberations of the Priority and Resources panel and the final budget proposals from the Cabinet, we've had a windfall of another £500,000, very nearly. I won't explain it, but it is there. It's £424,000 windfall. It seems to me, with prudent housekeeping and a more reasonable approach, it is perfectly fair and reasonable to avoid yet again the maximum possible council tax rise. My understanding is the current administration, I won't call names, you've increased the council tax more in 4 years than in the previous 12 years of Conservative mayoral administrations. That is an extraordinary track record. I'm mentioning Councillor Oliver, Mayor Oliver, I mean, there are people looking back on that as a golden age of 5 years of council tax freezes, and during my term, much, much lower council tax rises. The strength of feelings that I get from emails and from residents on this particular subject of yet again a maximum council tax rise, I don't think they would feel so strongly if they thought they were getting something for the money. But it's the fact that when they're emailing Councillor O'Dwyer and I about their potholes and the condition of the roads, the state of the pavements, the town centres, the public realm around the harbour. Normally when we bring these subjects up, we're told we're talking the town down. But you're asking people now in band C for Charlie, unless they live alone, will be paying nearly £1,900. D will be paying over £2,000. E will be paying £2,600. We have a cost of living crisis. By going for the maximum possible council tax rise, you are adding to that cost of living crisis. You're making things more difficult for people in Torquay. You said that you would turn the tide on poverty. With these council tax rises, you're making us all much poorer than we would be otherwise. So please, please support this amendment.
David Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From the conversations, it sounds as though the amendment may not be supported, which would be a little sad. It was put there in the best interest of our residents. However, it does appear to be creating some clear blue between this side and the parties opposite. Councillor Stockman, our amendment includes the 2% adult social care. It actually includes that as well. And then Councillor Stockman and Councillor Long, it's interesting, quoting the 151 officer's words directly to me, because of course the 151 officer said something very different about your capital plan budget, which is the next item on the agenda. We'll talk about that in a moment, but it'll be interesting to see how much reliance you wish to place on the 151 officer's thoughts and words on the capital plan, which I think is going to be very different to his words on the revenue. And I think it's also worth mentioning that the reserve account that we're talking about, have a look, 2021, it was £1.125 million. That's what was in it. It is an unusual reserve account in as much as it keeps getting money going into it. Look at all our other reserves account. They're flat, they're stagnated. Not often are we putting money into them. This is a reserve account that has grown and grown and grown and grown. and it currently sits at £3 million. If we take 1.25 million out of it to help our residents now, next year, the money coming back in, it will have gone up from where it currently sits. It is a reserve account that, as I say, does have money coming in from the investment pot. I don't think you can give us another example at all of a reserve account that has money dripping into it. Maybe you can. But the bottom line here is this evening, support the amendment tonight, 3.49% for our residents. Vote the amendment down, 5%. That's basically what we're looking at. So I urge you this evening, if you want to support residents across the whole of the Bay, and if you think that actually your residents, the guys and girls who voted for us to put us here to manage the council's money, if you can see them on your shoulder at the moment, what would they be saying in this ear? What would they be saying in this ear? Would they be saying, actually, we have got a cost of living crisis. We have got high inflation. We have got energy costs very, very high. They would be saying that. Please help us out at the moment. If you can get 3.49% through, save us that 1.5%, because you know what? That actually might just help me to feed my kids next week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. I now return to Councillor Cowell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Compassionate conservatism, it's something that I've always looked forward to experiencing. No, I haven't. And, you know, Councillor Long referred to being insulted by calling and addressing independents as Liberal Democrats. I can think of worse parties to be insulted by association. And the challenge is, you know, members opposite have been talking about this 4.99% as though we're an outlier. Here's a little surprise. If you were a councillor sat in Plymouth-controlled City Council or a councillor in Devon County Council, you would have just voted and approved a 4.99% increase. So the fact that the members here are suggesting that we can reduce our ongoing revenue income streams by £1.2 million, you go into next year's budget process straight away with a 1.2 million hole. And that will need plugging. In addition, we know that the public pay sector pay settlement is likely to be an £800,000 pressure. So straight away, you're actually starting your budget bill for next year minus £2 million from where we are now. In terms of that particular reserve, and it's quite clear, we've always been told, and we've always heeded our senior leadership team and 151 officers' advice about the use of reserves. You don't use them for one-off spending. You don't use them for plugging a gap in the revenue budget because it's not sustainable. That is advice that we heed. That particular reserve, yes, it may be accruing and it may be building, but in actual fact, there are pressures on that budget that could be determined over the next 12 months because of the economic crisis. We know that there are some of those investment portfolios, one of which was in Torquay, has been a significant pressure on that reserve. And I can't go into details in part one, and I don't propose that we would go into part two. But there are other elements of that investment portfolio that are under pressure, and we will be seeing rent renegotiations, landlord costs, etc., putting pressure on that current reserve. It would be irresponsible when we're in the middle of a national economic downturn, real pressure. And even if the government are successful and they actually achieve reducing inflation to 5%, that's still, 2 to 3 times more than it has been historically. But if they reduce it to 5%, it's still a 5% increase. It's still a pressure on today's base costs. It's not, and we've just experienced 10, 11% inflation. We know what inflation's like. We know what it does to the cost of living. So I would urge all of my colleagues and members opposite with good financial heads to actually vote against this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. We'll now take the vote, which is a recorded vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, on the amendment that is before you, I will now take a roll call. When your name is called, please indicate, apologies, how you wish to vote. Councillor Emile.
Against.
Councillor Atia Allah.
Against.
Councillor Barrand. For. Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Bye.
For.
Councillor Carter. Against. Councillor Cowell.
Against.
Councillor Mandy Darling.
Against.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
Against.
Councillor Dudley.
Against.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Howgate.
Against.
Councillor Johns.
Against.
Councillor Kavanagh. For. Councillor Law.
Against.
Councillor Long.
Against.
Councillor Loxton.
Against.
Councillor Mills.
Against.
Councillor Dwyer.
For.
Councillor Pentney.
Against.
Councillor Stockman. Against. Councillor David Thomas.
For.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
For.
Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Madam Mayor, there were 9 votes for, 16 against. The amendment is therefore lost and the original motion is before members for consideration.
Right. Do we have any further debate, members? Is anybody expressing a wish?
Madam Mayor, nobody is expressing. Councillor Long reserved his right on the substantive motion.
Councillor Long.
Oh, apologies. Councillor Dwyer is now indicating.
Sorry, Councillor Long. Councillor Dwyer.
Yeah, thank you. Very quick. It was just to say that when you go through the budget, you just note, as I talked about, the reserves use. And that is continuing into next year of another 10 million out of the reserves. But also the withholding of 500,000 of cost of living over the last year when you thought it might have been needed, but is suddenly now appearing in the budget for next year. It just for your view on that, if that's the way you want to use your reserves.
Long, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And one of the aspects of this budget that I'm most pleased by is the inclusion of an inclusion officer. There are communities out there that feel not served by this council, whether that's people from ethnic minority or LGBT community, or indeed disabled people. And I was in a meeting earlier this week with other colleagues, plus also a festival, organisers of an annual festival in the Bay, who are quite excited about being able to work with the forthcoming inclusion officer to enable other communities to access it, and in particular disabled people. So there is a wide variety of work for that inclusion officer to do. And I've seen on social media people saying, well, why can't managers already in place deal with these issues? But as I articulated earlier, the issue of capacity amongst managers already is to be able to just deal with the workload they already have is already difficult because of the 40% cut to staff that we've experienced to austerity. Plus also, unless you necessarily come from that place, or if you're from a minority or disabled yourself, it's very difficult to get those things right. So I'm really pleased that we've got that included in. I'm also excited about the Premier Resort spend that's in the budget and the money for events. And we heard this morning, for those of us who were at the business breakfast, and I'm pleased to have spent breakfast this morning with Councillor By and excited to be spending the evening with him as well. And Carolyn Custerson was saying how important events were for the Bay, events like the Air Show, for example. They're very important for keeping Torquay as the premier resort. And it's interesting to hear in the debate on the amendment about the term of Mayor Oliver being a golden age. Well, some of us remember Tour 2 and the lack of regular collection of recycling and waste. And I think finally, because of our investment into Swissco that's going to continue, I think we've had probably the first year where we've not had any significant problems at all from Swissco and the collection of recycling and waste. And that is exactly the level of service that the residents deserve, where you don't have to worry about whether your recycling is going to be collected or not. And of course, there's the council tax support, the money for people on that benefit are getting £100. And we're consulting on making that more generous because we are an outlier on that. And I would just say we had lots of advice from the party opposite, but I do remember when we were discussing supporting a company to come into the Bay and a high-tech company, and we were warned against it. I'm pleased to say that that company is now being very successful and employing lots of staff, so I'm very confident that we've been making the right financial decisions for the Bay, which will make it successful. So I would commend this budget to colleagues. And this is hopefully, unless we vote otherwise later on, going to be the final full council meeting of this term. And I would reflect, despite the word coalition being thrown at us at practically every council meeting in the last 4 years, that this administration has been far more stable than the golden age of the Mayor Oliver term, when there was infighting and intrigue and the revolving doors of people going in and coming out of the executive at that time.
Councillor, I'm not sure this is really on budget.
Lovely, thank you. But a stable budget, thank you.
Councillor Cowell, do you have anything further to say?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think much has been said, but I think the overarching direction of this budget is the ability for it to continue to deliver a stronger, safer and fairer Torquay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. We'll now take the recorded vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, so this time on the substantive motion that's before you, when I call your name, please indicate how you wish to vote. Councillor Emile.
For.
Councillor Atia Allah.
For.
Councillor Barrand.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor By.
Against.
Councillor Carter. For. Councillor Cowell.
For.
Councillor Mandy Darling.
For.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Foster.
Against.
Councillor Howgate.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Law.
For.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Loxton.
For.
Councillor Mills.
For.
Councillor Dwyer.
For.
Councillor Pentney.
For.
Councillor Stockman.
For.
Councillor David Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
Against.
Councillor John Thomas.
Against.
Madam Mayor, there were 17 votes for, 8 against, with no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
I now move to item 10, Capital Plan Budget 2023-24. Please refer to page 89. Would Councillor Cowell please present the Cabinet's Capital Plan Budget proposals?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I won't be taking 15 minutes, I can assure you. But so I've obviously formally proposed the capital plan budget proposals as I outlined in items 1 and 2 of the agenda pack on page 89. But I think just to set the background, I mean, I mentioned earlier in the revenue element that there's been some real pressures on capital this year, particularly because of the costs of contractors and building materials, etc. And that has resulted in us establishing the Capital Contingency Fund of £4 million, which is being used to deliver some of those other properties and developments. But during the course of the year, a total contingency of up to £12 million had to be established to get some of those projects over the line. We had to make those decisions. Do we want a half-built hotel, or do we want a hotel that is going to provide accommodation for our as part of our Premier Resort offer? There have been, a lot's talked about the capital programme, but in terms of those high-profile capital projects, quite often people forget about the capital programme that goes on in and around our schools, such as the new wing at Mayfield School, having been completed, and works at St Cuthbert Main, which is being delivered currently. And I've referred to also earlier to those other capital projects, such as Tourmarine and Crossways, as part of that much-needed investment in housing to support our chronic shortage of housing and to try and address Torbay's housing crisis. And what's also very important to many of us on this side of the chamber is that element of housing. And the fact that we're actually investing in the purchase of temporary accommodation housing, and the first of which is being delivered currently, and the plans are to deliver over 30 homes to help address that housing crisis and the need for temporary accommodation. And of course the manufacturing facility at Claylands was completed, and I also refer to the enabling works and indeed the development work that's ongoing on the new Wicks site at Edgenswell. And I've also referred to Debenhams. And of course there's the 2 solar farms that we're looking to deliver at Brockenbury and Nightingale Park. And working with our partners such as Parkwood Leisure, we're undertaking improvements at the Riviera Centre, and also we've been in partnership investing with them at the Leisure Centre at Torbay. Paint and Picture House as part of the Paint and Future High Streets Fund. There's lots of talk about no delivery from that fund, but I think Paint and Picture House is a fine example that many of us have visited, whereby a partnership supporting the picture house there to actually regenerate that gem of a heritage asset that we're fortunate to have here in Torbay. So there are just some of the projects that have actually been delivered, and I've referred to some of those that are in the pipeline. We know that there's ongoing financial pressures on delivery, and we do need to. It's such a pity that the government haven't been prepared thus far to talk to the many local authorities that have received future high streets funding or town deal funding, and not recognising that their original bids of 3 or 4 years ago are actually being eaten away because of the impact of inflation. We can all argue where that inflation has been driven from. The challenge is that building materials have gone up through the roof, partly because of COVID, partly because of the Ukrainian war, but partly because of homemade inflation pressures here in the UK. But what's important is that we work to deliver that economic regeneration package in all of our towns, that we continue to bid. And isn't it so frustrating that we have to constantly bid, like it's like buying a lottery ticket. I mean, there's been criticism earlier about the bricks and fish and chips bid. 80% of the applicants in there were unsuccessful in their bids. So it's not a problem unique to Torquay, but we will continue to work with our officers and our colleagues in the TDA to apply for the funding as and when it comes available. What would be so much better is if there was a pot of money regionally that we could address to actually draw down on. Something like Regional Development Authority that used to be so successful. So with that, I will happily move our budget recommendations on the capital programme. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carroll, do we have a seconder, Councillor Long?
You do, Madam Mayor, and with your indulgence, I'd like to reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite the group leaders to make their opening comments, or opening speeches, sorry, on the capital plan budget proposals on the Cabinet's motion. You have 15 minutes. And Councillor Loxton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Carroll has already mentioned most of the information that I was going to say, so he saved me quite a lot of time, and I'm probably just going to say a few words. The capital plan is definitely important for Torquay, and we need to get on with it with the works projects throughout the bay. We've got some fantastic projects going on, including Debenhams, and I can't wait to see those projects completed. The costs have increased, but like Councillor Carroll said, unfortunately, the costs have increased throughout the country on capital projects. I'd like to propose that the capital plan for 2023-24, as set out in Appendix 1, to be submitted to the submitted report be approved, and also number 2. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Loxton. Councillor David Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a document that we will support. However, it does raise more questions than answers. £43 million scheduled to have been spent in 22-23, 90 million due to be spent in 23-24. In fact, if we spend as much in 23-24 as we have done in 22-23, regrettably, I believe all we will see across Torquay is demolished buildings. Oh yes, we can claim that the work has started, but the biggest question has to be, when will completion take place? Is there enough money in the capital plan to build what is started? There is a large health warning in the report from our 151 officer, warning of this very outcome. And we know how Councillor Stockman and Councillor Long were so keen to stress how important it was to listen to that health warning with a revenue account from our 151 officer. It'll be interesting to hear their comments on that health warning over the capital plan. So we have seen the parties opposite, their answer to all of these problems thus far is just to borrow more money. Put it on the credit card, even if the scheme doesn't currently wash its face. Bizarrely enough, if you read the report, and under the heading of achievement, what is written is additional borrowing of £4 million capital contingency fund. This was increased to 12 million, with the majority of that money already spent on the Harbour View Hotel, Edginswell, enabling works and a retail unit at Edginswell. Not a great achievement. This is the monies that were needed to make the scheme final. No additional revenue streams to help pay for these costs, but the money is still borrowed. Try having that conversation with your bank manager. Good morning. I'd like to borrow some more money, please. I've got a half-finished project. I need another £12 million to finish it. Oh, and by the way, when it's finished, the scheme doesn't have enough money coming in to cover the additional mortgage payments for the next 47 years. But don't worry, I've got somebody else who is going to cover the payments for me. They haven't been born yet. But I'm happy to sign them up now, and then they can have that headache when they become of age. That will be the legacy of this administration. A cost to future generations for the next 47 years. Future revenue projects or services that can't go ahead because of the commitments made to these projects that have effectively lost money. They will continue to lose money, and there's no end in sight. I dread to think what future guardians of the public purse will think when they open that little box left for them by the coalition of the Liberal Democrats and Independents. Sorry, I've used that word again, coalition. I did actually just look it up in the dictionary. It actually states...
Councillor Thomas, we're trying to make these meetings professional, and little barbs across the chambers from both sides are not really necessary. So can we refrain from doing that from both sides, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I was going on to say, I did actually look up the word in the English language, and it is a temporary alliance for combined action, especially of political parties forming a government.
Is this relevant to the capital plan?
I think it just explains that word. I'm quite happy to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, I was over in Brixham the other day when I saw a leaflet from the Liberal Democrats, which were claiming it was time for a change in Brixham.
Councillor Thomas, I don't think this is really appropriate, do you? We're supposed to be talking about budget item tonight. Thank you.
I am trying to talk about the budget items. I was trying to make a point, Madam Chairman, but I will move on. I will move on. The capital plan is designed to give the council a clear idea of what will be spent within the year, and more importantly, how that spending will be financed. Within the revenue budget that has just already been agreed, there's no contingency in there to support further borrowing costs for monies for schemes that don't stack up. Most people who have looked at this, including our 151 officer, recognise that monies allocated in the document will not deliver the scheme. Something has to give somewhere. The report is there under the 151 officer's words in the document that went to the Cabinet. This report has now been changed from a yearly report to a 3-monthly update, and that wonderfully hides the fact that many of the schemes that were designed to be completed this financial year have simply drifted by and not been delivered. We don't see what that slippage has been for the last year. However, if we take the report that £43 million of regeneration has simply not taken place within this year, 22-23, because that money's still there, not been spent, that shows really the kind of difficulties that we've got within our town to get this regeneration money spent. And if the capital plan doesn't stack up financially, the issue is revenue has been already gone through with no contingency in there. So we will support it, but as I say, there are a lot of issues in here. Members need to understand that. Thank you.
Councillor O'Dwyer, would you like to come in, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to echo all of Councillor Thomas's points, but I do agree with them. Can I draw people's attention to page 112, 113? And I will come back to that a bit later, but I think they are really important for everyone to read and consider. I have concerns around the longevity of this plan. I know it's only for a year, but I have concerns about its longevity lasting a couple of months. Mainly because we live in a tumultuous world, but also because I believe we aren't really using all of the up-to-date information. A lot of this is mentioned, and it mentions in here that it's using Q3 data. I'm pretty sure we've got more information since then on some of these projects and costs from our subsidiary, the TDA. So I do have concerns. We also have Public Works Loan Board rates, which have doubled from when a lot of the decisions agreeing to this spend was made. And that gives me great concern. We've put aside a lot more revenue to cover just 12 million. But actually we've put nothing aside to cover the revenue for the projects we've already agreed to. If you consider £100 borrowed and an income of £3, and it's only going to cost 2% borrowing, we're making a profit. And that's when Cabinet or whoever approved it. But now we're looking at rates of 4.5%, 5% if you look at PWLB rates now. So that same 100 is costing us £5. And we've only got £3. We're losing money. Who's going to cover that? It's the council taxpayers. That's who's going to have to cover it. And it's not in here, I don't believe. There's just massive revenue, potential revenue spent here. There's also way too many phased projects. We've got money maybe for the first phase, but we don't have the money for the second phase. Hope is not really a strategy, but it appears to be something that we're using here. I would also like to bring people to, let me just find the page again, sorry about this, to the recommendations, recommendation 2. It is laudable that you're setting aside money to support community housing with this additional sum. I think we were saying it was 3 million earlier. But the approval process that appears to be here is just, it's just left. There are no parameters. I have no idea if that's value for money. If you're going to give £3 million to someone and they might produce one house. And it says it wants a business case. But what happens if that business case changes? If borrowing goes up? That isn't here. So I would like you to consider putting in, when you think about it, again, about putting in or allowing us to know which framework you will be using, which strategy you will be using, that when it falls outside, you have to go back to someone to get approval, because this process just says that it will just be approved. So I do have slight concerns about that, although the aim is laudable. So I guess I will support this one, but this one I actually have more concerns with than probably even the revenue plan. I think after the next election, I think anyone's going to need as much money as they can to deal with whatever issues, which is why I proceeded on that front. But this one I actually have more concerns with, as I think the risks in here are a lot higher than is being alluded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adwire. As we don't have any further debate, I'll return to Councillor Long. Reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And it's got to the stage of the evening where I'm turning my iPad on, thinking it's my microphone, but thank you. So we've heard this evening that unsupported borrowing is the worst thing ever. It's a heinous crime, and it will, talk of leaving it to the next generations to pay back. But in the golden age that we heard about earlier of the Mayor Oliver and Mayor Bye times, we had...
That's a long...
if you let me finish the sentence, Madam Mayor, I'll refer to something specific. We had unsupported borrowing for Rock Walk and Princess Promenade. 3.76 million for Rock Walk and 4.02 million for Princess Promenade. Unsupported borrowing, which residents are still paying off. If it's okay for them, but not for us. And reference was made to Harbour View, and I'm not quite sure, and perhaps colleagues opposite can advise us, what they're asking. Are they saying they don't want us to go ahead with projects, or they do want us to go with projects? On social media, we're hearing from the party opposite that we should deliver. but in meetings we're being told things are unviable, so we shouldn't. Which is it? I think that the public deserve to know. On Harbour View, which we inherited, if we didn't continue with it, then the capital costs would need to be transferred to the revenue account. And you can forget everything we've just talked about the revenue budget. There would be a millions pound hole in that. So it'd be useful to know whether the party opposite would want to continue or not. One phrase I never expected to find myself saying, but I agree with Councillor O'Dwyer. We do live in turbulent times, but there's no recognition of the inflation rate and what might have helped cause that, and at the risk of being on the receiving end of the Mayor's ire, there was 44 days of madness, which certainly contributed to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Long has actually covered some of the points, but I mean, there was a lot of chattering going on the benches opposite when Councillor Long was explaining about unsupported borrowing and cries of disgraceful. There was £8 million, just for clarification, that was borrowed earlier from around about 2010 onwards for a 3 to 4 year period, which is an ongoing revenue pressure of around £400,000 of unsecured borrowing, no income against that, and that was for the Rockwalk and Princess Prom works, and that legacy is 40 years. So if I had children, my grandchildren would probably still be having to pay that off. So it's not unusual to have a long period of borrowing. The difference is that these projects do have a significant amount of a business case and the income behind them. It just means that your term is longer than what you would normally aspire to, say 25 or 30 years, depending on the size of the project. But the alternative is, of course, is that we just do nothing. And this is what we're being accused of, that we're not doing anything. Well, we are. We're trying to find ways of getting stimulus into our economy in Torquay and regeneration, which in actual fact will prick the ears up of private investors that we're desperate to court to come to Torquay. If a council's doing nothing and it sits on its hands, it says, no, we're not going to buy Debenhams, we'll leave that to the market, which was the former mayor's approach. If it's, no, we're not going to compulsory purchase that shopping centre, which was the former administration's approach to Crossways, we'd do nothing. And I know from meetings that I've been at with some members opposite, particularly around some of the painting projects, Victoria Square, I think we should wait. I think we should wait and not do the Garfield Road until we know what's happening at Victoria Square. Dither and delay, adding costs. Torbay Road, let's support it. Oh no, let's not. Let's have a U-turn. Putting at risk an element of the future High Streets funding for Paynton. So whilst I welcome the support that we can have, hopefully a unanimous vote tonight for the capital programme, I really think that some of the language that comes out on the literature opposite needs to be a bit more honest, and it also needs to refer to the fact that the Torquay Town Deal's vice chair is the Torbay's MP. So I'm happy and I'm pleased that we have some degree of unanimity across the chamber tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I will now move to the vote, which will be recorded.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, in respect of the capital plan budget, when I call your name, please indicate how you wish to vote. Councillor Emile.
For.
Councillor Atia Allah.
For.
Councillor Barrand.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bai.
For.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Cowell.
For.
Councillor Darling.
For.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Howgate.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Kavanagh. For. Councillor Law.
For.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Loxton.
For.
Councillor Mills.
For.
Councillor O'Dwyer.
Abstain.
Councillor Pentney.
For.
Councillor Stockman. Councillor David Thomas.
For.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
For.
Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Madam Mayor, there were 24 votes for and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. I now move to item 11, Capital Strategy 2023-24. Please refer to page 115. Can Councillor Cowell please put the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't think I'm going to take a long time in presenting this. I mean, it is a technical document in many elements. It's a document that has to be approved each year, and it does link into other documents such as the Treasury Management Strategy, the Asset Management Plan, Capital Plan and Quarterly Budget Monitoring. So those are the key documents that help inform the monitoring of the capital strategy. And it's a document that defines how the council manages its assets. So I've already talked about economic conditions in the previous item, so I don't think there's any need to regurgitate those challenges. So therefore, I think just for expediency and given the time of night, I would like to move the capital strategy as printed on page 115, number 1. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Cowell, seconder. Councillor Long?
Yes, please, Madam Mayor, and if I could reserve my right, that would be great. Thank you.
I now invite debate. Do we have any debate? Councillor O'Dwyer. Councillor.
Thank you. We have the codes to borrow prudentially and affordably. We have the words, but do we put it into practice? I think the words are here. You look at page 125 and the approach to borrowing, and you look at each business case, right at the bottom. Each business case must clearly identify the revenue implications of a list on the next page, so 126. All of the above will need to be considered for the whole life of the asset. I don't totally believe we have practiced what it says here on at least one project, probably 3 or 4. And we also have several that are in that viability limbo, which I mentioned earlier, where the business cases need to be reassessed to see if they still meet the frameworks that we claim they are. I don't think there's the full risk management that it's looking in for in here, or the required profit or contingency at the start of the projects that we're talking about, or unfortunately the training for those who need to take these decisions. I too have concerns around the asset disposals also, especially around items that have a significant undervalue, and where for grant reasons we have moved substantial land assets into and out of subsidiary companies, both on paper and, I'm assuming, legally, in that it's met the land registry documentation, plus with the subsidies involved, or subsidiaries involved even. We must ensure that we meet the requirements laid out in the Secretary of State and Section 123 of the LGA Act 1972, the open space disposals and the general consents, and having up-to-date valuations prior to any sale to be able to make the correct decisions, and prior to any decision to allow us to make the correct decisions for any disposal, not utilising potentially historic costs or this is how much we've been offered, and so that's the valuation. I don't truly think you can make reasoned and considered decisions on approaches taking that approach. And actually, our document here lays out how we should be doing it, but I'm not sure we always do. I'm thinking generally around Preston Down Road, Colleton St Mary, Garfield Road, Victoria Square, Union Square, maybe in the future, and Crossways too. Mostly as they're the largest ones. And I think that's it. I think the document is fine, but I'm not sure we're putting into practice what it says here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dwyer. As nobody else wishes to speak, we'll go back to Councillor Long. You reserved your right.
I'm happy to go to the vote, Madam Mayor, after Councillor Cowell, of course.
Al, you would like to say anything else?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I think we have to take heed of Councillor O'Dwyer's comments. There is a robust strategy there, and for each business case as it comes forward, we need to make sure it's adhered to. And I would like to make a comment in terms of Councillor O'Dwyer and say that the council will be the poorer for him not being around after May the 4th.
I won't say the same.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. We will now move to the vote, which will be recorded.
Members, on the capital strategy, when I call your name, please indicate how you wish to vote. Councillor Emile.
For.
Councillor Atia Allah.
For.
Councillor Barrand.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bye.
For.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Cowell.
For.
Councillor Darling.
For.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Howgate.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Kavanagh.
For.
Councillor Law.
For.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Loxton.
For.
Councillor Mills.
For.
Councillor O'Dwyer.
For.
Councillor Pentney.
For.
Councillor Stockman. Councillor David Thomas.
For.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
For.
Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Madam Mayor, that was unanimous. The motion is carried.
Thank you. I now move to item 12, Treasury Management Strategy 2023-24. Please refer to page 143. Can Councillor Cowell please put his motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and you'll be pleased to know I only have written a 5-minute speech on this particular item. So therefore, I would move the recommendations on page 144 of the pack as printed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. Seconder, Councillor Long.
Thank you very much, and I'll save my detailed speech for when I reserve my right, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have anybody?
Councillor O'Dwyer.
Councillor O'Dwyer.
Thank you. I do read these reports, you see. Did I have an oh dear over there? Thank you. It's O'Dwyer. It says right there. I'm not sure I can actually support this document as it is at the moment. 2 reasons mainly. One, I'm not entirely sure we're putting it in practice. Again, the systems we say we are meeting under the SIPFA rules, we claim in this statement, based on the evidence I've seen in a few of our reports over the last couple of years and in some of the meetings as well. We don't always evidence the governance or transparency required in the case of investments or regeneration or our borrowings, where, for example, we don't always allow the public to learn how long a loan and the payback period in decades the monies may be outstanding, and there's substantial amounts of money as well. And where does that money come from? As we talked about earlier, the revenue. I just think we cannot, in the same vein, evidence value for money on these or some of the other schemes. And it makes it very difficult to understand the asset values post-sale, or post-purchase, I should say. Those are things that we need to do, and I don't think we always do. And those are required, along with due diligence and the sensitivity testing that actually we haven't done on a few of the projects. I don't believe we fully understand the risks of speculative development or some of the development. And the second reason really is that when you look at the TMP pages, the Treasury Management Statement, actually, especially on page Let me just find it. It's number 13, TMP 13. On page 164, there's a whole bunch of issues there. Firstly, we don't have a director of place now, and we probably won't in the future. We have a director of pride in place over there. We also don't actually report or to the Investment and Regeneration Committee. We haven't actually had that in 4 years. So it's been missed over the years, and it's still in there. And again, that's a little bit surprising. But obviously I do read it, but obviously I missed it. I can't do everything. We also don't use the Investment and Regeneration Committee to approve investments that we make. But here it is written as our strategy. And also, we certainly don't, on the report or assess or evidence the training or the qualifications of the Investment and Regeneration Committee or Audit Committee, as it says we do here, whether the committee exists or not. So, as it's written, I don't think I can approve it because it's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dwyer.
That's the way we're going to be doing it.
It's wrong.
No, that's the way we will be doing it.
It's wrong.
If there's no further debate, I will return to Councillor Long to... You reserved your right.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And when Councillor Cowell said that Councillor O'Dwyer was going to be missed, he hadn't actually consulted the Liberal Democrat group, and I fear that a rift has finally been exposed in the partnership. But I won't go into any more detail. Councillor O'Dwyer tempts me to go into explain why we don't have an investment committee anymore, but I fear that explanation would risk the ire of the mayor, because of course the investment committee was set up because the then mayor didn't want it, and of course he didn't like the whole investment strategy thing, so we had to have one set up. But now of course we haven't got that problem anymore. We don't need one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Return to
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we know.
Sorry, I have a procedural question.
Okay. Okay. Right. Councillor Thomas, would you like to?
Thank you. It's facts, basically. 1512. Basically, my assumption is if council approve this document that's on the table this evening, that will be the way that we operate. I appreciate that Councillor, whatever his name is down here, O'Dwyer, Councillor O'Dwyer said that we're not currently operating like that. However, if the council approved the document that's before us this evening, we are stating our intent that this is how we will be operating. That's why I'm supporting it, and I understand that it wouldn't be on the table if we weren't operating in the way that we're about to approve. So just facts and procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Do I need to seek clarification on that? It's going to take a 2-minute break while I seek clarification from the 151 officer. Thank I'm now going to pass to our Chief Executive to outline the results of our deliberations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And in terms of the point that was raised, and it is accurate that there is an incorrect reference within the appendices. However, if we look back at the capital strategy that the Council just approved, that makes it clear that the Council no longer acquires such investment properties. And therefore, whilst it is a inaccuracy, it is a redundant inaccuracy because we don't purchase properties in that manner or for that purpose. Therefore, hopefully with the approval of the proposer and seconder, in order to deal with this going forward, propose that there is a slight change to the motion. In essence, the Council will approve the Treasury Management Strategy subject to the Section 151 officer updating the appendices to reflect that the Council no longer pursues investment properties purely for yield. So, Madam Mayor, that is the result of our deliberations. And if Councillor Cowell and Councillor Long could accept that slight change, then we can proceed with the debate.
Councillor Cowell. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief Executive. Happy to accept the revised wording.
Councillor Long, are you happy?
Yes.
Councillor Long did it though, didn't he? He's already done his. Oh, yes, so just if there's no further debate, and we did return to Councillor Long, so we go back to you, Councillor Carroll.
Happy to move to the vote.
I'll now move to the recorded vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, when I call your name on the revised wording that was just read out, please indicate how you wish to vote when I call your name. Councillor Emile.
For.
Councillor Atia Allah.
For.
Councillor Barrand.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bye.
For.
Councillor Carter. For. Councillor Cowell.
For.
Councillor Mandy Darling.
For.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Howgate.
For.
Councillor Johns. Councillor Kavanagh. For. Councillor Law.
For.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Loxton.
For.
Councillor Mills.
For.
Councillor O'Dwyer.
For.
Councillor Pentney.
For.
Councillor Stockman. For. Councillor David Thomas.
For.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
For.
And Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Madam Mayor, that was unanimous. Motions therefore carried.
Thank you. I now move to item 13, review of reserves 2022-23. Please refer to page 199. This item is for noting only.
Madam Mayor, I believe that Councillor O'Dwyer is going to raise a point of order on this report.
Thank you very much. Yes, point of order 1512. Just checking on the Constitution, which says something a little different.
I'm going to ask a 151 officer now to speak to the council to address the point that you've raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The review of reserves report is being presented as part of the budget process, and the forecast use of the reserves in that report supports the Section 151 adequacy of reserve statement that you've seen in the budget report. In this report, there are no recommendations in the reserves report that actually require a council decision, such as the setting up of a new reserve. Therefore, the report has been presented to note, and I think that's acceptable.
Thank you. I move to item 14, Council Tax 2023-24. Please refer to page 213. Can Councillor Carroll please put his motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd refer to the motion as printed on pages 213 and 214. Would just like to move them as published. It is a statement of fact really based upon our earlier decision on the revenue budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I'm happy to not reserve my right this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite debate? Do we have anybody? No? As nobody wishes to speak, I return to you then, Councillor Cowell.
Happy to move to the vote.
I move to the vote, which is recorded.
It is indeed recorded, Madam Mayor. So members on this, please indicate how you wish to vote when I call your name. Councillor Emile.
For.
Councillor Atiala.
For.
Councillor Barrand.
For.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bye.
For.
Councillor Carter.
For.
Councillor Cal.
For.
Councillor Darling.
For.
Councillor Douglas Dunbar.
For.
Councillor Dudley.
For.
Councillor Foster.
For.
Councillor Howgate.
For.
Councillor Johns.
For.
Councillor Kavanagh. For. Councillor Law.
For.
Councillor Long.
For.
Councillor Loxton.
Abstain.
Councillor Mills.
For.
Councillor O'Dwyer.
For.
Councillor Pentney.
For.
Councillor Stockman.
For.
Councillor David Thomas.
For.
Councillor Jacqueline Thomas.
For.
Councillor John Thomas.
For.
Madam Mayor, there were 24 votes for with 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you. Can I just ask Emery how? Members, before we move to the next item, I'm just going to refer to the Chief Executive because obviously we have been going for quite an amount of time now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members, you'll be aware that the Constitution stipulates that meetings in excess of 4 hours, subject to advice from myself, from the monitoring officer and the Section 151 officer, there needs to be a vote to continue past 4 hours. And in a few minutes, we will be coming up to our 4-hour mark. As we referenced earlier, there are a number of items on today's agenda that need to be dealt with, and therefore the Civic Mayor has already varied the order of business, moving items 15 and 16 to the end of the agenda. So members, in terms of business that has to be transacted because of timescale, so item 17, in terms of the redesignation of the forum, needs to be dealt with tonight. The annual pay policy, we've got legal responsibilities under the Localism Act in order to approve that. The statutory officer appointment in terms of the Section 151 officer needs to be dealt with, as does the Deputy Civic Mayor and Deputy Civic Mayor-elect has to be dealt with tonight. So members, we will proceed with those items. At the conclusion of those, then we will come to you for a vote in terms of continuation of the meeting. Madam Mayor, hopefully that makes sense to all members.
Thank you. Thank you. So we move to item 17, application to redesignate Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. Please refer to page 306. Also, the supplement to the officer report circulated on the 6th of March. Can Councillor Cowell please put to the Cabinet's motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And very quickly, just to draw members' attention to the further evidence that the Cabinet requested has now been submitted. So one little one has been deleted. So we will just be voting on the motion items 1 and 2. And I'd need to also redeclare my non-pecuniary interest as a member and vice chair of the forum. But I move the motion as published. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cowell. Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second and have it tabled as read, Madam Mayor, and happy not to reserve. Thank you.
I now invite debate. Do we have any debate?
Nobody is indicating.
Do we have a recorded vote on this one? I will now move to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
I believe that's unanimous.
Thank you, that's unanimous. Right. Lost my place. I move to item 18, Torquay Council Annual Pay Policy Statement and review of pensions discretions. Please refer to page 349. Can Councillor Carter please put her motion to the Council?
The highlight of the evening, it sounds. I won't read out everything I wrote down. Let's keep it short. The only thing that changes in this report is the multiplying figures between the ratio between the highest and lowest paid. And that has changed because there was a pay award in 2022 which made the difference smaller from the previous year. Pension discretions have been reviewed and local government pension scheme contribution rates and bandings have been updated. So they're the main alterations. I'm skipping through here. If this is not approved tonight, then as it was alluded to, the employment, we come under the employment law, and the council could be subject to heavy penalties through the equal pay and discrimination claims, and also a risk of enforcement under Equal and Human Rights Commission. So, moving on. I'll go to the recommendation, I think. The Torquay Council Annual Pay Policy Statement 2023-24 is set out in Appendix 1. To the submitted report be approved for publication, and the employer's pension discretions set out in Appendix 2 to the submitted report be approved for publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. Do you have a seconder? Is that Councillor Cowell?
Can't keep me out of the action, can you? Happy to second and move to the vote.
Would anybody like to speak? No? No? Okay. I'll now return to you, Councillor Carter.
No, just go to the vote.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay. Right. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Unanimous?
Any against?
Any against?
Abstentions?
Any abstentions?
Motion's carried.
Okay. Item 19, statutory officer appointment. Please refer to agenda front page. Can Councillor Cowell please put his motion to the Council?
Yes, just to appoint Malcolm Coe as the Chief Finance Officer, Section 151 Officer, with effect from 8th of March 2023, and I welcome Malcolm to Torquay Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder, Councillor David Hall?
Thank you very much indeed. Happy to rise to second that and won't reserve my rights.
Do we have any debate? No? Return to Councillor Carroll.
Happy to go to the vote.
Move to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 20, Civic Mayor and Deputy Civic Mayor-elect. Please refer to agenda front page. Can Councillor Carroll please put his motion to the Council?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to reaffirm that due to all council elections in May 2023, no action be taken to select a Civic Mayor-elect or Deputy Mayor-elect until the start of the 23-24 municipal year. I so move.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy to second that and will not reserve my right.
Thank you. Any debate? No?
Nobody's
I
indicating.
move to the vote. All those in favour, raise their hands.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. So, shall I just ask you? Members, that's all the business that we have to get through tonight. Obviously, there is still something on the agenda, but we obviously need to vote to see if we want to carry on. Is there a member who would like to put the motion to carry on?
So, okay.
Or Mr. Carroll.
Madam Mayor, it's been a long evening for everybody, and I know that some members are not feeling particularly well, so I would move that we adjourn.
Is there a seconder?
I rise to second that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Do we vote all those? Any debate on that? No. All those?
Those against?
Anybody against? Is it James?
Any abstentions?
Any abstentions?
Motion's carried.
Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everybody.